So there's a very clinical look at the war. Meaning there's a man in a country, Vladimir Putin, that makes a claim on a land, builds up troops, and invades.
Yeah.
The way to avoid suffering there, and the way to avoid death, and the way to avoid war is to back down and basically let there's a list of interests he provides, and you go along with that. That's when the goal is to avoid war. Now, let's do some other calculations. Let's think about Britain. So France fought Hitler, did not fight very hard. Portugal, there's a lot of stories of countries like this. And there is Winston motherfucking Churchill. He's one of the rare humans in history who had that we shall fight in the beaches. It made no sense. Hitler did not say he's going to destroy Britain. He seemed to show respect for Britain. He wanted to keep the British Empire. It made total sense, but it was obvious that Britain was going to lose if Hitler was all in on Britain, as it seemed like he was going to. And yet Winston Churchill said, big F you. Yeah. Similar thing, Zelensky and the Ukrainian people said F you in the same kind of way.
So I think I wish I didn't think I'm being more clinical about it.
Well, I'm trying to understand, and we won't know this, but which path minimizes human suffering?
Well, on the eve of the war, Ukraine was poor, the first in terms than it was in 1990. The economy was just completely stagnated. And Russia, meanwhile, like many other parts of the region, is booming. With Ukraine, and certainly because of oil and gas, but also for a variety of other reasons, of Putin's consolidated political control. And from a very cold-blooded and calculated point of view, I think one way we think in Russia could look at this is, look, we would temporarily make up for the Ukraine. And the West basically took advantage of that, like, bravo, we pulled it off, you basically prepped democracy and capitalism, all these things were in the core border. And now we have regained some of our, we've consolidated political control, we've held our people, we have strong economy, and we somehow got Germany and other European nations to give up energy and actually just, we've got an enormous amount of leverage over you. And now we want to roll back some of your success because we're powerful enough to demand it. And you've been taking advantage of the situation. This may be a fair, impartial analysis. And in the West, but more specifically, you can say that that's a price too high, which I totally respect. Maybe I'd like to think I'd make that same decision, but that's the answer. If the answer is why would they fight if it's so costly? Why not come to people? It's because they weren't willing to give Russia the thing that their power said they quote unquote deserve. Just like Americans said to Britain, yeah, of course, we ought to accept semi-sovereignty. But we refuse. And we'd rather endure a bloody fight that we might lose than take this. And so you need some of these other five buckets. You need them to understand this. You need to sort of, there are other things going on, but I do think it's fundamental that there's just, that this noble intransigence is like a big part.
Well, let me just say a few things, if it's okay.
Yeah.
So your analysis is clear and objective. My analysis is neither clear nor objective. First, I've been going through a lot. I'm a different man over the past 4 or 5 weeks than I was before. I, in general, have come to, there's anger. I've come to despise leaders in general. Because leaders wage war and people feel oppressed. Let me just say, on this point of standing up to an invader, that I am half Ukrainian, half Russian, that I'm proud of the Ukrainian people. Whatever the sacrifice is, whatever the scale of pain, standing up, there's something in me that's proud. Maybe that's whatever the fuck that is. Maybe that blood runs in me. I love the Ukrainian people, I love the Russian people. And whatever that fight is, whatever that suffering is, the millions of refugees, whatever this war is, the dictators come to power and their power falls. I just love that spirit burns bright still. And I do, maybe I'm wrong in this, do see Ukrainian and Russian people as one people in a way that's not just cultural, geopolitical, but just given the history. I think about the same kind of fighting when Hitler, with all of his forces, chose to invade the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. And he went in that Russian league. A lot of people, and that pisses me off, because if you know your history, it's not the winter that's not the it's the Red Army, it's the people that refuse to back down and they fought proudly. That pride, that's something. That's the human spirit. That's in war. War is not, but it really pushes people to stand for the things they believe in. It's the William Wallace speech from Braveheart. I think about this a lot. That does not fit.
No, I disagree. I think it's totally fulfilling. There's nothing irrational about what we do, especially those principles which people promote here. Right? I'm really trying to say that there's a calculus, there's one calculus of the future that says Russia's more powerful than it was 10 years ago, and 10 years ago, and Ukraine is not, and it's asking for something. And there's an incentive to give them that practice, but there's an incentive to comply. But my understanding is many of the post-Soviet republics have a peace, right, which is what we call compromise and disagree. They've all of these other people in the Russian feeling have lost it up. And Russians, many Russians have tried to stand up, but we think people can't. And now people have, we'll see, but people have not been standing up. And so lots of people are cowed, lots of people have a peace, and lots of people hear that speech and think, I would like to do that, but don't. And so my point is that sadly, we live in a world where a lot of people get stepped on by tyrants and empire and don't rise up. And so I think we could admire, especially when they stand up for these reasons, and I think we can admire Churchill for that reason. I think that's why we admire the American Revolution far. But it doesn't always happen. I don't actually know why. But I don't think it's irrational. I think it's something about a set of values and hard to predict. And it was I think Putin may not have been out of line and thinking just like everybody else in my field of spoken word.
And I should mention, because we have them, that a lot of this calculation, from an objective point of view, we have to include the United States and NATO because of the pressure they apply in.
Yeah.
That said, if they're little about leaders that do cruel things unto the world, they lead to a lot of suffering. But I still believe that the Russian people and the Ukrainian people are great people that stand up, and I admire people that stand up and are willing to give their life. And I think Russian people are very much that too, especially when the enemy is coming for your home over the hill.
Yeah.
Sometimes standing up to an authoritarian regime is difficult because you don't know. It's not a monster that's attacking your home directly. It's kind of like the boiling of lobster or something like that. It's a slow control of the mind of the population. And our minds get controlled to move west by the media, by the narrative. It's very difficult to wake up one day and to realize sort of what people call uh, red pill, is to see that they're, maybe the thing that we're told all along is not true. And at every level. This is doing very difficult in North Korea, very authoritarian regime, to see maybe this idea that I believe, that I was willing to die for, that would be very difficult to do for Americans, for Russians, for Ukrainians, for Chinese, Indians, Pakistanis, for everybody.
I think thinking about this Ukrainian, whatever you want to call it, ability or practice or whatever, is key. I think the authoritarianness of Russia and Putin's control or the control system all is the other thing I would really point to is what's going on here. And if you ask me like big picture, what do I think is the fundamental cause of the planetary world? I think it's uncountable power. I think that for me, an uncountable power is the source of development, it's the source of human suffering, it's the source of warfare, it's just basically the root source of most of our problems. And in this particular case, it's also one of our puppets in the sense that what is it why did Russia ask these things? Well, was democracy in Ukraine a threat to the average Russian? No. Was capitalism, was NATO, was whatever, is this a threat to average Russians? No. It's a threat to the apparatus of political control and economic control that Putin and cronies and the sort of group of people that rule this elite in Russia. It was a threat to them. And so they had to ask Ukraine to be neutral or to give up NATO or to have a public government or whatever they were seeking to achieve and have been trying to achieve through other means for decades, right? They've been trying to undermine these things without invasion. And they've been doing that because of the and that's like one of these other values. It's not just that there's something that I value so much I'm willing to ginger the past. It's that there are people, not only do the oligarchy, whatever elite group that do up there in Russia, not they're not bearing it, but they're bearing some costs, right? They're certainly bearing costs of but they don't bear all the costs, obviously. So they're quick to use. But more importantly, like in some sense, I think there's a strong argument that they had a political incentive to invade and to put this at pass. Ukraine is sort of impossible to give up. And then invade despite Ukrainian mobility and transigence because they were threatened. And so that's extremely important. And so those two things in concert make this a very fragile situation. Go not all the way, but a long way. Now you could layer onto that these intangible incentives, these other things that are valued on Putin's side. Maybe there's a national side to it. Maybe he seeks status and glory. But maybe those things are true. I'm sure they're true to the extent. And that'll wake up these conflicts as well. But fundamentally, I think people thought of his being as threatened. That's what he cares about. And so he made this foolish to be.
I mean, I would say, I'm just one thing for the on my but I just have a lot of anger towards the elites in general, towards leaders in general that fail the people. I would love to hear and to celebrate the beautiful Russian people, Ukrainian people, anyone who silences the beautiful voice of people who are in the world is destroying the thing that values. Leaders don't matter. There's a serve this nationalist idea of people, country, is only with any sense when you celebrate, when you give people uh, the freedom to show themselves, celebrate themselves. And the thing I can most about is silence. And the silence of voices in the scientific community, the silencing of voices, period. Fuck any leader with silence, human spirit. There's something about this. Whenever I look at World War II, whenever I look at wars, it does seem very radical. Man, it seems somehow deeply human when the people stand up by it. It's something that, if, we talk about progress, that feels in how progress is made. The people that stand up. So let me read the Churchill speech. It's so, I'm so proud that we humans can stand up to evil when the time is right.
Here's the thing: think of what's happening in Xinjiang, China. We've appeased China. We basically said you can just do really, really, really bad things. And you're too powerful for us to do with you, though. It's not worth it. And there's nobody standing up and making a Churchill speech or a Braveheart speech about standing up for people of Xinjiang that we find on in that realm of what was happening. And that's happening in a lot of places. And then when there is a willingness to stand up, people, there's a lot of opposition to those. So there's a lot of reasons to be engaged with it. For some, it was humanitarian. But Saddam was one of the worst of the 20th century. He was just doing some really horrible things. Really way attempted domestic genocide and all sorts of repression, and it was probably a mistake. Right? So it's important not just to select on the cases where it's good up, and to select on the cases where that and that work in that sensitive. Right? It's important to sort of try to not judge, but just try to understand these things. Of all the things we didn't get that speech, or when we did, and then it just went sideways.
Well, that's why it's powerful when you're willing to give your life for your principles, because most of the time you get neither the principles nor the life. You die. But that's why it's powerful. You shall go on to the end. You shall fight in craft. You shall fight on the seas and the ocean. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our honor, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. This is before Hitler had any major loss to any country. That was a terrifying armada coming their way. We shall never surrender. I just want to give props. I want to give my respect as a human being to Churchill, to the British people for standing up, to the Ukrainian people for standing up, and to the Russian people. These are great people that throughout history have stood up to evil. Let me ask you this, because you quote Sun Tzu in The Art of War. There's no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. This is the main thesis. Can we just linger on this? Since leaders wage war and people pay the price, when we say that there's no reason to prolong war, is it possible to have a reason for the leaders if they disregard the price? So if they have a different objective function, utility function, and measure the cost of state for war, is that one explanation of why war happens? Is the leaders who have a different calculus?
I mean, I think this is exactly what in some sense, just war is saying that in spite of the cost, that our enemy has done something, our opponent has refused to compromise on something that we find acceptable. And he's demanding that we compromise on in a way that's completely acceptable. And therefore, we're going to go to war despite this material. So that, and then that principle that we go to war on is going to have liberty and sovereignty. I think we can understand and sympathize with, and maybe that's the universe. Maybe that's the greatest cause of war. But other people make that to go to war for something considerably less, a principle that's considerably less valuable, right? Which is what Hitler is speaking. That's an explanation. So that's a whole class of explanation that helps us understand that the compromise that was on the table, given the realm balance of power, was just repugnant, at least to one side. something along that's, and then you get the leaders. Well, what happens when what the leaders what happens when the leaders have passed from the interest of the group, which has been true for basically most of humanity. There's a narrow slice of societies in the big scheme of things that have been accountable with people. A lot of them exist today. To some degree, they're challenged. So the Ukrainian politicians didn't concede to these cool Russian demands because even if they had it, it seemed, or I think, it seems that the Ukrainians would just reject this. So they were in some sense challenging the values of the broader population, even if they, I don't know this one, even if they didn't share those principles, they self-interestedly followed them. Probably they shared, but I'm just saying that even if they didn't, they didn't. Occasionally get the reverse, which is where the leaders are not accountable. And now they have some value, which could be great. And this is the story of the kings, some roughly some kings of Europe for hundreds of years, which it was basically a contract, and it was more was the sport of kings, and to some extent they were just keeping status through violent competition. And they paid a lot, the big price out of the world first, but they didn't bring much to the suffering. And so they were too quick. And so that, I mean, that the connection of leaders combined with, mingle it with this that one bucket, that unchecked mark, and you mingle that with the fact that leaders might have one of these values, noble or otherwise, that carry them to war, combined to explain a good number of conflicts as well. And that's a good illustration of why I think like autocracy and unaccountable power is. I could make that story for all of the things, all 5 countries. They're all more susceptible to all 5 of these things when leaders are not accountable to people and the group. And that's what makes it like the meta, for me, the meta cause of conflict in all of human history and sadly.
Is the will to power play into this, the desire for power? Like that's a human thing again in the calculation. That shall we put that in the misperceptions bucket? Or is misperceptions essentially about interaction between humans? The power is more about the thinking feeling of partners or love.
I said there were 3 strategic reasons that the friendship leaders to political problems in Turkey. There were 2 sort of more psychological, and I call them intangible perceptions. The way that like a dangerous, or the way that you go on to think about those 2 is just to say preferences, and then erroneous beliefs in the our preferences are our preferences, right? And so ability functions, whatever we want to call it, like there's no, and that's why we wouldn't call them misperception of nationality. We like what we like. If we like power, if we like relative status, if we like uh, our racial purity, if we like our liberty, if we like whatever it is that we have convinced ourselves about, maybe it's all around the world with things. When I said it was a big bucket for the stuff that died, like that's a pretty messy bucket. But there's a lot of different stuff in it. And I'm just trying to say, like, let's be clear that the law, the shared law, maybe is it really just the neighbor? Let's be clear that it's shared law. And if it were true that deep down we were aggressive people who just liked violence and enjoyed blood, that would be good too. And so I just want to say that. We're really quick to recognize this, right? When we diagnose it, as an armchair analyst or as a journalist or something, we really jump to those. We don't need a lot of help to like see those happening. So we probably put a little bit too much emphasis on it. Maybe getting to your caution. Because the others are more tough. And they're often there. They contribute.
Well, just the one I think we did before. Would it be accurate to say when leaders become detached from the opinion of the people, is that more likely to lead to war? So,
and mechanically, they're going to bear fewer costs. So it's going to basically narrow the set of feelings that they're going to be willing to accept. most of the time, it's not enough because the leaders still bear a lot of costs. You can depose, you can kill, you can try, the public first before you can. That's like the one story for a business. Is at the end of the day, your vision is correct as a result of it. And so you still internalize that. If I had to say, like, in my buckets, my buckets so far, I sort of started with like meaning and then I jumped in and I said essentially that we really have to understand Russian autocracy just to understand why they would pass something so cool. But I mean, I think the uncertainty is really important here as well. Like if you think of it, think of all the things, the way this has played out, and just in some ways in how many ways we've been surprised. We've been surprised by the unity and the coherence of the West and the South. It's sort of what's happened is an realm of possibility, but it was sort of like the best case scenario from the perspective of the West and the worst case scenario. The second thing is just the pluckiness and the effectiveness and the transience and mobility of this trading system. That's, again, was within the realm of possibility, but wasn't the third likely thing, right? It was, again, maybe the worst realization for Russia, the best realization. It was revealed strength and development. And then the other thing that's been revealed is just how, like, some of the corruption connected to on the Russian military side. Again, think about possibility. Maybe people really knew the Russian military are less surprised than the rest of us, but also one of the worst possible draws. And so Putin asking this terrible price and expecting Ukraine to roll over, or the West to roll over, at least to a degree, was based on a different set of public. It was based on just expecting something in the middle of probability distribution all these different variables. And so the fact that the world's so uncertain, the fact that people can come with a different set of expectations than Ukrainians and the West, all these players can just have a hard time agreeing on just what the facts are. We're going to, everyone's quick to say, oh, you miscalculated. I don't know if you miscalculated. I think you got a really bad draw in terms of what the realized outcomes are here. And so, that, I mean, good for everybody else in some sense, except, the fact that it's involving a lot of violence is the tragedy.
So, but there's also economic pain, not just for the Russian people, Ukrainian people, but around the whole world. So, you could talk about things that you are surprised from an analysis perspective of small victories here and there, but I think it's universally true that everybody loses once again.
Right, and so the question is like, when does it? Why did Russia choose to invade the Ukraine? Well, Russia anticipated that it would be able to seize what it wanted. But the real bargain that it deserved, quote unquote, based on its power, it wasn't getting, and so it thought it could take that. And the uncertainty around that made it potentially more likely that it would choose to do this. But in particular, one of the other things that I think is probably less important in this context, it still plays a role, but less important than many wars, is the fact that it's really hard to resolve it. Right? In theory, Ukraine should be able to say, look, this is exactly how resolved we are. It's super resolved. And your military is not as strong as you before the fight. Everybody should be like, here's the one, yeah, here's your cards. Exactly like that. As a competitor, you can use that as your tool. I can try to convince you every thought. Right? If anyone goes for poker, that's the analogy. But the uncertainty in this is you don't have to miscalculate the fact that if you bluff and lose, this is something miscalculated. You made an optimal choice given the uncertainty of the situation to take again. And that was the wiser thing for you to do than not. And just to fold or to just not being with them. And so the uncertainty of the situation is both sides intended to solve. If neither side thinks that is true. And then at some point the other side says, you know what, you say you're resolved. You say you're not going to do it. Well, guess what? Every other, people on my board are just folded, and you're going to fold too the minute potentially. And the minute the Air Force comes in, I'm gambling with people. And and so that inherent uncertainty of the situation just causes a lot of short looks because it's the sort of what call. And the thing that's worth looking at is we might end up at a place in a few months where the thing that Ukraine sees is not so far from what Russia sounded Iran a neutral. I mean, who knows how it's not the ambitious thing the Russians want, but if we end up in a place where Ukraine is effectively neutral, never joins NATO, is not being militarily supplied by the West, and where Russia has de facto control over the East in Crimea, if not fully recognized. Who knows if it but effectively controls, Russia will have accomplished what it asked for in the first place, and both parties had to get there through violence rather than through negotiation. And you wouldn't need misperceptions and mistakes, and you wouldn't need Putin's illusions of whatever to get there. You just need the ingredients of Putin so far, which is like a willingness to do that without fighting, confront Ukraine, and autocratic leadership in Russia who would make those demands, doesn't for their self-interest, and then uncertainty leading them to the fight. And, and, and that, sadly, is like the best case. It feels like the best case scenario right now, which is the worst of 5 months in about 5 years.
Because the suffering has already happened. We lost homeless people moving, having to see their home level, millions of people, refugees, starting to escape the country. And hate flourishes versus the common humanity, as it does with war. And on top of all of that, if we talk from a geopolitical perspective, the warmongers all over the world are sort of they've now got narratives. And we got whatever narratives, we can go shopping for narratives. The United States has its narrative, or whatever geopolitical thing it wants to do in that part of the world. That's another level of interaction between two like those unfit leaders and those evangelical differences is that unfit leaders spend autocrats, whatever, spend enormous amounts of time trying to manipulate the values and beliefs of their population group. Now, sometimes they do it maybe, but that's what Winston Churchill there was trying to. It's not clear that Britons are like. A lot of Americans, a lot of Britons are like, you know what? Not such a bad guy. His ideas not so terrible. I never liked those Jews. Many right? We have political leaders in the U.S. who are basically not pro-Nazi, but not anti-Nazi. And people are just trying to instill a different resolve. We're trying to create that thing. We're trying to create that value. And in the American Revolution as well, the founding fathers of the Revolution would nothing. Everybody should wake up one morning in the United States and have this ideology of liberty and freedom. Some of that was Jews, I believe, but they had to manufacture and create it. In a way that I think they believed it was liberal. But there was a lot of manufacturing and creation of these values and principles that is not noble, and that is exactly what Hitler did. Yeah, and there's something present throughout the world. And the most subtle thing that I feel like is more generally applicable is this kind of pacifism that I think people in the United States felt like it's not my conflict. Why do I need to get involved? And I think Churchill was probably general apathy. It's like it's the apathy of rational capitalism. Like what are we going to gain if we fight back?
Hey, you're not born
Everything
yet.
seems pretty reasonable.
What's the exact time? What? The 19th, right? Make a mental note of it. We email it. Should happen when you try to make it. What's good in your neck of the woods? Did you sleep well? Excellent. Absolutely. I did that yesterday. I slept. I woke up at like 4 I went back to bed. I work. Whenever I speak with somebody from the southern hemisphere, it always fucks with me because it's diverse and you know, I have to think about a way to happen. And it's weird to me that they'd be like, yeah, December, hot. Like those are December, January, February, and it's a hot. No, I'm never going to get that. It does not compute. Say the land. Right. Very interesting folks. I no, you good. Um, I find that people from Australia are gen, I kind of, I've said this before, I don't know if this is accurate, but it's just kind of accurate, not 100%. But I refer to Canadians as basically British colonies in the northern hemisphere, and Australia in the southern hemisphere, but they still have this major connection to each other. And even if they don't recognize it, I mean, and they can probably say the same thing about America, but at least we had a revolution. And um, yeah, you ever look at the size of the British Empire, the largest empire ever, and it's just absolutely incredible. The strength of the road that it had like around the year 1850. It's like everywhere. There's a very fascinating map I've seen. It's one of my favorite maps. Just one moment. Map of every country not invaded by people. There are only 22 countries that have never been invaded by Britain. Isn't that fascinating? Just 22. Like, and if you, 22, that's it. And if you look, I don't think it's true. If you look at the map, it's, it's like the whole world. It's not like really, really, it's like Mongolia. Exactly. Like Mongolia would have it. Like, no, so that's included. So that's it. I mean, let's see. Let's look at it. What do you consider the race? At least China has England ever invaded the Indian Opium Wars? Yes, they did. The British military expeditions of Tibet in 1903 to 1904, often referred to as the Young Hunter expedition. The British invasion was likely driven by geopolitical, particularly the desire to assert influence in Central Asia and counter Russian expansion in the region during the period known as the Great War, which is just incredible. Colonialism, expansionism, let's just get to the Great War. British authorities were concerned that Russia might try to extend its influence to the Tibet, which would potentially threaten British control of India. and it involved an armed march from British India and Tibet. The British forces faced little resistance before advanced towards Lhasa, the Tibetan capital. After some skirmishes with the opposition strategic location, a treaty was signed between the British and the Tibetan government. This treaty allowed the British to conduct political and commercial missions in Lhasa and opened Tibet to Britain, but it did not fund economic development. The British presence in Tibet ended after the 1905 mission, but the episode left a lasting impact on the relationship between Britain, Tibet, and China. Tibet at the time was becoming China's suzerainty, but the British presence further complicated the situation. The invasion was not an outright annexation, but it did mark a significant moment in the history of British involvement. The later in the 1950s, China formed a significant political threat, leading to ongoing efforts to the So yeah, definitely an invasion. Um, let's see. Let me just go check GPT to make it easier. Even countries that I didn't know, like Mexico. I've never really thought, dog, when did England invade Mexico? It's known as the Patriot War, also known as the War of the French Nation. In 1838, there wasn't a full-blown military invasion, but rather a conflict between Mexico and Britain, with British directly involved. So, the French Patriot chef in Mexico had his shop looted during the riot, and the French government demanded compensation. When Mexico refused, France blockaded Mexican ports and eventually declared war. Britain, though not directly involved, sided with France because of trade interests, but they did not push for a peaceful resolution. The war lasted about a year and ended up with Mexico agreeing the plains, mostly to avoid further destruction. So while the French were the main players, Britain's involvement made the conflict with Yoda, can you please list the 22 countries that England has not invaded? Alright. Like, then they even include like Bahrain and that's place, like Vatican City, okay, fine. Andorra was these are the yeah, I know. So they haven't invaded Andorra, Antigua and Barbuda, Armenia, Bhutan, Bolivia, Brazil, which kind of surprises me because Brazil so far. Well, actually, though, very interestingly, Brazil is right. Um, what's very interesting is that the oldest history alliance in the world is between Portugal and Britain, and that's why because of the Portuguese influence over Britain, it probably has not. They basically were like, hey, that's Portugal. Um, Costa Rica have not invaded Denmark, Ethiopia, Finland, Iceland, which is another interesting Japan, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco. I mean, they're kind of really small countries. North Korea, San Marino, Saudi Arabia, Cyprus, Switzerland, Vatican City. They are everything else they have invaded. That is true. I think there's something very special about Ethiopia, particularly in their devoutness to their enemies. I know that the
Yes.
people from there, at least one other people and essentially they have kept the traditions consistent with the kind of and it, it fascinated and surprised scholars how accurate they kept Torah and essentially their scrolls were as accurate as they in Jerusalem and it was there was some racism and the thought that hey we don't want black people who are things like that. But when it was discovered, I'm not saying that was across the board, but there was just it was like 1940. So there was just segregation everywhere. But when it was discovered how accurate the first ones were and how accurate they were in their devices, particularly I know that the Torah scrolls were like word for word definition, but many of the accoutrements, many of like the calico, the ceremonial cloths that are worn, were all in line with how Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews or Mizrahi Jews lived, and thus then there was um, a major push around the 1970s um, for essentially to make Aliyah for those people for them to come back to Israel. And then there's just been assimilation within Jewish society. So people of all colors are able to gather and pray together without any type of segregation. It is not the same with many other people in um, when I was raising interesting to me, well, and one of the reasons why has been this way is because Ethiopia was never, well, going back to 2000 years, was never fully under any colonial um, power. So the closest were the Italians, but even they didn't have a full grasp on the entire country. And basically, that the fact that they were able to avoid invasion has allowed them to keep many of their religious traditions consistent. And so I think there's really an argument to be made that Ethiopian maybe have kept more consistent practices than perhaps some aspects of Ashkenazi, some aspects of Mizrahi, some aspects of Yemenites, some aspects of Moroccan, some aspects of Sephardic. Basically, because they were in exile, but then they didn't move it. If you look at Ashkenazi, we moved from Israel to Italy and then up through Germany and then into Poland, Russia. If you look at Sephardim, they moved to Spain and Portugal and northern Africa a little bit until the major nations of Moorish people or Mohammedans or Muslim people. If you look at Mizrahi, they essentially were Eastern Jews and were throughout Iraq and Iran, basically at points under other authorities, specifically Islamic leaders. If you look at Moroccan Jews, they were also under the grasp um, of Islamic rulers. But Ethiopian Jews didn't have that. They were in exile, just like everybody else. But there wasn't another religion or another civilization that ruled over them. So they were able to keep their tradition more accurate, I would say, to second actual time. So there's no way for us to know that exactly. I would say that that is not most times. That because of the because of the avoidance of invasion, the accuracy of their ceremonies is really similar to what was being performed in the Second Temple period. Now, when it comes to the Ark of the Covenant, I don't know yet. At least I know that there are religious ceremonies were very similar to what was being practiced in Ashkenaz and Europe, and including like circumcision, including the bar mitzvah, including uh, the calling up to the technical course for all of those things. It was almost as if like, there's a uh, story I heard about the archaeologists who explored in that land, which is absolutely shocking. But it was essentially perfect Hebrew being spoken and read, and the Torah scrolls. I mean, they were like so accurate that not a single letter was like, could there have been? Yeah, but I mean, it was like down to the letter. It was so accurate. And at that point, it's like, well, we have to let these guys in. They're as accurate as anybody else. Now, from what I read here, the British did invade Ethiopia, but it was during World War II. The Italians were there, so they kind of drove the Italians out. But then Ethiopia reestablished as an independent country. Ethiopia is very fascinating. It's almost like they were protected. For all of the people in what the colonial powers did to the African continent, it was almost, I'm not going to say it because I don't like to use those terms. I don't know whether that's just a word that is used in English probably too often. But this special part of Africa was basically never colonized, and also the major part is that the people there were not enslaved, so they were able to keep their culture. And basically everyone else in Africa was brutally enslaved, but not Ethiopia.
He's saying it's going to stop the bombing. They're still going to maintain the sovereignty. It's great people Britain. Like, why are we fighting again? But that's the thing that's hard to break because when, uh, you have to speak to principle, you have to speak some greater sort of long-term vision of history. So like, yes, now you seem like it's a way to avoid the fight, but you're actually
Hey,
just
look what it is. I'm Natasha.
you're just
How are you, girl? Happy New Year to you. I thought about you a lot, I was going to give you a couple more days, and then I was going to send you a message saying, hello, did you forget about us? I even I even checked in on your Kick channel just to make sure you are still streaming. You are. You're streaming very consistently a lot. Like not ev pretty close to every day. You take a couple days off here and there. But you do it for very long periods of time, which is very interesting. And I think that's really good. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. I've been sleeping a lot, probably the same amount as usual, but my hours are reversed. I have friends in Australia, and we play games like all night, and so it's night here and it's day there, and then I'm up all night, and I'm very very tired, and then I fall asleep. So, yeah, I'm trying to get my hours perhaps back to normal, but I really like to play with these guys, so let me just we have a good time together, and we're up very very late. But yeah, I appreciate you checking in on me, and I want to know how has your experience on Chick been? Okay, so it looks like you have 75 followers now, which is what I think you need. 75 or 75, 75. Don't you need 75? Oh, okay, I'll get you 80 in 20 minutes. I'll get you that. I have lots of accounts, so I'll just follow you. Don't worry. Just one moment. I might get you one right now. Hold on. I have a robot that creates accounts all the time. So I'll keep an eye on it and I'll get you 76, 77, 78, 79, and then 80. Um, okay. Let me, I absolutely, don't worry, you'll have it within an hour, I'll say. Maybe less. Um, okay. One thing about Kick, you know, if you don't understand what I'm saying, I think you do, I know you do most of it. But some of this might be technical. I'll try to make it not technical though. Basically, many people on Kick, especially at the very top, the people who have like 1,000 viewers, 800 viewers, those are all paid for. Those are all bought. They're all robots. They're not real. So you should know that, like, yeah, and people are starting to talk about it because they're not getting paid for the numbers that they're seeing. So let's say you buy a bot and it gives you 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers, but you're not getting paid for 1,000 viewers. They're mad about that. And the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven, he has spoken about this recently. And he basically said that he doesn't want to give away how they determine if somebody's a real user or a bot, because then the bots will get smarter and smarter. But basically, that botting is rampant on the website. And I know it for a fact that it is. So I don't want you ever to get down or get sad because it's like, wow, I want 80 people watching me at once. If somebody says they have 80 people watching them, they have 75 bots and 5 real people. If somebody has 105 people watching them, they have 100 bots and 5 real people. There aren't that many people on the website. Do you know there's a rapper? His name is Drake. he is? Yes. So he basically got mad recently and said, F this site. Basically, they're not paying people the way that they're supposed to be paying people, and I don't need this. And Kick took down that stream, and I don't know exactly if they're on good terms or not, but basically, more and more popular people are saying this is not legitimate. Now, it can be. I mean, it can get you a lot of people to see you, but I don't want you to feel bad that, hey, I'm streaming and I got 0 people or 1 person or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 people watching me. That's a lot. Yeah, exactly. That's you should exactly. That's as many people as at the who are at the very top. So just know that like that's what everybody does. I know when I streamed on Kick, I would get 0, 1, 2, not a lot of people. However, what will happen is they will put you on the front page. And when they put you on the front page, then you get a lot of people coming in 30, 40, 50, 60 real people. So that's always a cool thing. But yeah, I did. I checked out you a couple times just because I wanted to make sure you were still streaming it. I think that's cool. Um, People are making clips of you. You know what clips are, right? What do you think of that? Yes. Right. Yes. Absolutely. So here's something interesting on your stream. If I look at it, the last 3 streams you had, okay, the last one that you did, which was 3 days ago, 229 views. That's good. That's far more than I think we really think is going on. 229 is a lot of people to watch your stuff in just 3 days ago. Okay, then from 5 days ago, 296 people are viewing you. That's after you're done. That's really, like, if that's real, that would be really good. Then 6 days ago, 2,180 people. How did you go from 20, 200, 200, 2,000? What did you do? I mean, come on. I mean, I know it's not real. I know you didn't do anything wrong. But what I want you to know is that's the website pumping up your numbers. Wow, I can see that. I'll tell you, I have a clip bot. I have a bot that just clips people, and while it doesn't give free views, it clips a lot. And the reason why I click is I make a clip and then I name the clip my Discord so that people come in here. It's free advertising. But I can tell you, I know how to do it. There are much, much more advanced, many more advanced people out there who are able to figure this out as well. And it seems to be what's happening to you, where either someone outside of Kick or someone within Kick is elevating your numbers. Because if you had 2,000 people watch your stream, you would have seen 200, 300, 400, 500 people in your stream at once, and you never did. And it's not like you did something so amazing that gave you 2,000 people after the fact. It's just, it doesn't, the numbers don't compute. And people are starting to see that. And they're starting, I would say, to get frustrated by it. Just one moment. Absolutely. Absolutely. In the meantime, I'm going to get you to 80. Okay, I'm going to get you one right now. So just one moment, and you're going to get one. And how about this? I will send you a message. I will send you a message on Discord when I get you to eat. Is that okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. How did you find me? Excellent. Excellent. So okay, so you have 76 now. Um, and that's amazing. So my bot worked. It got you in here. So it was worth it all along. Okay, so I will continue and you enjoy your friend and come back tomorrow whenever you can, okay? Take care, Akamasha. Much love. Much love. Absolutely. Take care. Bye bye. You're welcome. Happy New Year to you. How you doing, Dr. Don? What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Have you been tearing it up in the Music Gives Marty server? Okay. Well, I've been live streaming you there. I don't know if you ever see me in there, but I have been in there live. I did this like this summer for I don't know, like a month, and I've been in there now for like at least 2 or 3 weeks straight. And it's a troll server. You get some people in there who are who are looking to troll people, but then they find me and they've been very, very nice to me. I really mean that. The people in the Music with Marty server have just been nothing but nice to me. So I'm very appreciative of that. Is that how you found me, Dr. Don? That's what I think too. Well, we're watching next weekend, so feel free to watch and enjoy. And, you know, you can have your choice. Thank you, man. Happy to be with you, my friend. Listen from peace. Very the person who is music here, not you, the same person. Keep going to review such matters about should have no role in it. Whether you want to mix it, I would want to originate. What is a food to you? I do not want to put it in myself when I finish it. The fact that I am not allowed in the position of you as gatekeeper, dude. Who really knows much about it but me? I am recording it as well. There he is. There he is. After Masha was in here, he's been streaming. Yeah, he said that she's been in here, but I don't see, which I completely understand. She has, she knows it's like a kick. I was explaining to her that, hey, don't let you down if it's showing that you have, uh, like, not doing great numbers, because you need to know that they use, like, inflated numbers that they're bots that are essentially helping other people. She's like, that's what I figured. I'm just going to make fun. And it's really interesting that she's like, when we were going through her numbers, and like 5 days ago, we had 200 people watch her stream. 6 days ago, 200 people watch her stream. 7 days ago, 2,000 people watch her stream. And she's just like, yeah, but those are fake numbers. It's basically what Tiffany's just doing so that people think, oh, well, I'm getting a lot of traction on this, and they're not doing it at all. I mean, there are platforms that I use. One of them is WeChat, and another one is um, what is another one? Like Global. They just whenever you start, you automatically start with 50 people watching. And another one, Figo, is another one. 55 people. Um, you just automatically start with like 50 people watching, but absolutely nobody says. Well, actually, do you know what Vigo is? Okay, so Vigo is like it's a really nice platform that has it's like TikTok, but it's a lot easier to do the group chats with group calls on video. They basically allow you to have 16 people at a time, and you can click on there and basically um, have your voice of um, who you want to talk with and everything. But what I really find interesting is it uses bots and it doesn't tell you that it's using bots. So you'll be streaming, no one will be in there. You'll be just you and 16 empty spots, and all these people will be chatting to you like, oh, great stream, or that was really interesting, or like, check out my profile. It's like, these are all, they're like literally content. They're using bots. I think they're streaming. I just find that really interesting. But to me, that's a very, that isn't necessarily, there's a lack of legitimacy in that. I think that type of behavior perhaps I don't want to say perhaps made illegal, but I think at a certain point the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, should have some kind of standards for these platforms to say like, look, because they people it really involves people money. And so if you're getting paid based on like how many chatters you have, or how many viewers you have, there should be some legitimacy to the numbers that are being spent. And I think that's pretty fair. Exactly. And to hear Eddie Craven say we don't pay based on bots, yet you show people as having inflated numbers because of robots is somewhat disingenuous to me. That if you're showing someone's got 1,000 viewers right now, then you need to pay on 1,000 viewers. You can't say, well, we can see on the back end what's really going on. Well, then show everybody else on the back end what's going on. And he says the reason that they don't do that is because they don't want people to know the strategies that they use to detect bots. But in my opinion, that strategy is uh, skewed because you should show what the real numbers are. And if people want to have real people watch their stream, which is basically what you say you have the ability to be able to see, then let them. If somebody wants to, like I did this on YouTube for a month. I paid 5 Indian people to watch my stream at all times. And it's possible if you pay people money, they'll do it. To me, that's a legitimate viewer, as opposed, and they would interact and we would talk and stuff. There's at least some legitimacy to that, as opposed to just, well, I know a guy who has a server and they can inflate numbers in any way possible. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Destroying the very goodness of our people if we don't fight back.
And I think about this with the current case with Russia. I mean, some people look at Putin's speeches, the papers he's written on Ukraine, historically being part of Russia, and trying to deny the basically create all these national things. Putin really believes, and he might, Putin really believes that that's what he's saying. And that might also be true, and that would contribute to make a peaceful bargaining part of the time. But I suspect it's at least the minimum true is Putin's trying to manufacture support for an invasion in the population through propaganda. And so he's doing, in some level, the same thing that Winston Churchill was doing in mechanical things, which is try to manipulate people's preferences, and but doing it in a sinister, malevolent, evil, self-serving way, because it's really in his interest. Whereas this was anything, right?
The dark human thing is like there's moments from World War II where Hitler's propaganda, he began to believe his own propaganda. It's like,
I think he probably always, I think he was a
well, no, but there's a lot of places in where there was uncertainty,
yeah.
and they decided to do propaganda, and the propaganda was all their things in their own mind. Like, so for example, he believed until very late that America is a weak race, militarily an economic colony is the spirit of the people. And like that was part of the propaganda that because of that propaganda, he had an army who was making military actions. He like nonchalantly started war with America. Like it's where he didn't need to at all. He could have avoided that completely because he thought, whatever, because that's very easy. So that's I think that propaganda first, belief second, and I think as a human being, as a dictator, when you start to believe the lies with which you control your populace, you're not able to, you become detached from this person and take it to yourself in a very human way to come.
I mean, when I said the big common factor that houses one over and over again is unaccountable power, it's not just because it's mechanically, like one of my 5 explanations is saying that if you're unaccountable, you don't bear the cost of where you might have things. So yes, bargains are 100%. But it leads to all these nasty interactions. So earlier I said there's this interaction between the values and the unchecked leaders because there's idiosyncratic values of your leader become more important when you're in check. But the uncertainty point you just made is like a deep point. It's to say actually that like the fundamental problem that all autocrats have is an information problem. Because nobody wants to give them the right information. And they have very few ways to aggregate information if they're not popular, right? And so there's a whole cottage industry the science sort of talking about maybe like why autocrats love the collection of why they love Twitter and why they actually link it in a controlled way is it solves an information problem. That's your crucial. If you're like Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin, you need to solve an information problem just to avoid general development today. Because uncertainty can get magnified and you get all this information and this happens to control. And so that's like another nasty interaction between uncertainty and unkept leaders is you end up in this situation where you're getting that information. And it's not that you don't believe your own lies, it's just that you sort of believe, you're sort of averaging what you believe over the available information and you don't realize that it's such a distorted class.
And one of the other things about this time that was surprising in the fog of uncertainty, how seemingly likely nuclear war, not likely, but how it
Less unlikely than before.
exactly started to take a random stroll away from 0% probability. And so it's kind of land maybe like, hard to know, but it's like, oh wow, we're actually normally talking about this. This is part of what's happening as part of the option. But before we talk about nuclear war, because I'm going to need before the happen. Sure. Back to nuclear war. What do you think about this? The people who are nonchalantly speaking about nuclear wars, if it doesn't need to be annihilation of nuclear species. What are the chances you're not in nuclear? Within your framework, you are many. One is sort of the heroin, right? And then one is the key. What do you think of the chances you can see nuclear war?
You know, the doomsday, the official doomsday clock, the worker sits in the lobby of the building. The authorities become some of these shows of building with us. So it's always there before we describe what the doomsday clock is. The goals on the top of science it's something that is with the physicists sort of set sort of march of how close we are to nuclear catastrophe when it started decades ago. And it's a clock, and it's sort of how close are we to midnight? The midnight is nuclear Armageddon, or the destruction of humanity, and sitting. I mean, it's actually it hasn't moved as close to midnight in the last few weeks as it probably should have, only because it was already so close. It's actually limited for a bunch of other reasons. I think it's the whole political thing. It's really hard. It's really easy to move a closer, and it's really hard if you're a person who does have to move away. Because that's always been controversial. But it always sits there. But it forces you to think about it a little bit every day. And I admit I was nonchalant about it until recently, and many other people were. I still think the risk is very low, but kind of for the reasons you probably just so unimaginable cost to you that nobody wants to get it. So it's like the extreme version of regular argument, why most of the time don't fight this because it's more costly. And so that's the incentive not to use it. And if they do use it, that's the incentive to use it in a very restrained way. But that's not a lot of. But because we know we do go to war and there's other things that we can deal with it, including miscalculation and several of those nuclear powers are not accountable leaders. I think we have to be aware of this sort of things. I pointed out earlier, like the whole reason for this mess is because only people with this private interest in like having you can give up its freedom is this Russian cabal and elite that gets their power preserved and is threatened by Ukrainian democracy. How far would they go to that power? Would push things sharp? Because I think it was the most. Is claiming what really those people do. Like at what point does that unchecked leadership decide that this is worth it? Especially if they can emerge from the almost to like, I don't know. So And I don't know that any of us really sort of think through all of that calculus. And very recently, around the anniversary of January 6th, there were a lot of questions about who the United States and how to use it. On the one hand, I think it's sort of like the thing that I think that community computer and how to use it. But I remember something that when both of those questions were asked, I remember something that was in the audience listening to a great speak about 20 years ago, but the risk of the Argentine style financial network, what's the total financial risk? And they said, you know what, the risk is vanishing this month, but that's terrifying because until recently the answer is zero. And so the fact that it's not zero should deeply, deeply scare us all. We should devote a lot of energy in making it zero. And that's how I feel about the risk of a civil war in the U.S. And that's how I feel about the risk of nuclear war is higher than it used to be.
You know what 4,000 years ago, all this kind of stuff people have done over that like super quick and escalate super quick. It's not I don't know. I don't know what I imagined, but it just happened. Like if a nuclear war happened, it would be something like a plane, like in this case with Ukraine, a NATO plane shut down over some piece of land by the Russian forces, or still the narrative would go, but it doesn't even matter what's going on. It really just starts the first moment of escalation community quickly.
I think that happens sometimes. Again, it's this thing that, the social science is called selection of independent variables. There's all these times when that didn't happen, when it stopped, when it escalated one step, and then people paused, or escalated two steps, and people said, whoa, 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 whoa. And so we remember the time it's going, but that, fortunately, that's not, I start off the first one example of the game where it didn't happen. My day job is actually connect with games of violence. These other kinds of groups also really connected. And most of the time they don't fight. And the escalation doesn't happen. So the escalation does happen quickly sometimes, except that it does.
We remember the one thing that it's really important to think about on the guys. Like, when we're talking about, I think about I was sort of like talking about the horrors of war and so on. And then it's like, like most of human history, because I think I feel like most of human history is been defined by these horrible wars. It's like, no, most of human history is just peaceful. Like war, we kind of remember the wars, but most of human history is just, it's life.
Yeah, most of the competition between nations was like blood, I would say bloodthirsty without drinking that blood, in the sense that it was intense, it was loathsome, and so a lot of the rivalry, a lot of the competition, which is also problematic in some ways, is not violent. And most of human history is about the oppression of the majority by a few. And there are moments when they rise up in revolt, and there's a revolution, remember those, but most of the time they don't. And the story of political change and transformation and freedom is there's a few revolutions that are violent, but most of it is actually revolutions without that kind of violent revolt. Most of it is just the peaceful concession of power and elite to a wider and wider group of people in response to their increased economic bargaining power that they're going to know. So even if we want to understand something like the March of Freedom of human history, I think we can draw this conclusion that actually we don't, most of the time we don't think, we actually see power. No, belief doesn't really give power to the masses right away. We could just pull off the merchants who could threaten the whole dream and bring them into the circle. And then the circle gets a little bit wider until the circle is otherwise, even if it's a few people just most become all. And that's like the whole thing.
Correct. Yeah, if you look at the plot, with likes the expansion. Like half the world is under authority, but that's been shrinking and shrinking.
Steven Pinker's one profane value brings against the hypothesis. I mean, there's two ways. There's actually two separate kinds of violence. But one where I think he's completely right, and one where I think you're not sure, but maybe not. But where he's completely right. So interpersonal violence, homicides, everyday violence has been going down, 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 down. That's just how I'm deeply, and it's mostly because we've created cultures and states and rules and things that control that violence. Now, the warfare between groups, is that like secret? Well, it's not clear that he's right, but there's still wars. You might say that that wars are more rare because they're more costly, because the weapons are so brutal. The cost of local weapons, the cost of local weapons, not entirely, but for the most part, that goes to the front. And but then when you have so is Pinker right? I hope he's right, but I don't think that officially that trend is there. I think that we might have the same kind of levels of intergroup violence because maybe those five fundamentals that we can work with are not fundamentally changed, and thus made us given us as much as we're now then.
It's something to think about. So obviously looking at his hypothesis, looking at his data, and others like him. But I have noticed one thing, which is the amount of pushback he gets. Yeah, that there is this is speaking to the general point that you make, which is like we overemphasize the anecdotal and don't look objectively at the aggregate data as much. There's a general cynicism about the world. I don't even mean cynicism, it's almost like cynicism form or something like that, where people just get, for some reason, they get a little bit excited to talk about the destruction of human civilization in a weird way. Like, they don't really mean it. If I were to, like, psychoanalyze their geopolitical analysis, I think it's a kind of, I don't know, maybe it relieves the mind to think about that on a global scale. And then go have lunch with your kids afterwards if you're I don't know what it is. But it's not very scientific. It's really kind of personal. And so we should be careful to think about it. Broadly, there is just, okay, you highlighted there's a real piece. People. You mentioned Medellin. I don't know how you well, for fine, I think that there they couldn't. That's kind of the concept. It's the but Medellin is clearly what lessons do you draw from the Medellin cartel from the 15-day wars in Colombia and Medellin? What's the economics of peace and war between Dhaka and drugs like that?
Here's what was really insightful for me. So I live in Chicago, and Chicago people are aware that there's violence all over Chicago. It's actually not the worst American city by any stretch of the imagination. It's pretty bad. And Medellin has these many more, and probably many better organized gangs than Chicago. And yet the homicide rate is half. And now, I mean, there have been moments when these gangs go to war the last 30 years, when Medellin has become the most violent place on the planet. But for the most part, right now, they're peaceful. And so what's going on? I mean, one thing that is there's a hierarchy of organizations, so that above these reasonably well-organized neighborhood gangs, there's a set of more shadowy organizations that have different names. They could call them Islamic, they could call them and there are 17 of them, depending on they themselves have an operating board called, sometimes it's the office, sometimes we call it nominated secretary. They can see everyone, as a group. So they meet, and they don't meet personally all the time. Sometimes they meet, but they consult. A lot of the leaders of these groups are actually in prison, and so they're listening reasons for the themselves. Oh, they meet in prison. Well, they're whatever. If I'm on a cell block with you anyway, right? They're actually imprisoning the leader and putting them in the same cell block, but not But actually, cutting off the head of a criminal organization, leading it to a bunch, using it to like hot-headed guys who disorganized is not always the tactic. So having these guys all in the same prison populace is actually it produces imperfect information and uncertainty, right? It provides a place for them to bargain into left to see things like a lot of people. And so and they have these tools that they use to control the people. So instead of there being like 400 gangs, all sort of in this anarchic situation, competing for and constantly for, the Israelis are keeping them in line, and they will use sanctions. The sanction might be, I will put a bullet in your head if you don't.
It's a little more honest.
Exactly, but they will take them down. They'll provide, they'll help them negotiate. They will provide. I said there are these things called commitment problems where like there's something I have some incentive to exterminate you, but that's going to be costly for everybody. So I'm going to have, what's the solution? Well, I'm going to provide commitment. I'm going to like enforce this deal. And yeah, you don't like this right now because you could take advantage of your situation in wage war, but I'm going to give you a counter to that. And so they keep the peace. And so, and it's a little bit, so they're a little bit like the U.S. Security Council and peacekeeping forces and sanctions regimes, but the same kinds of tools, the same and their input took them that well, and the understanding because it's not like they're pursuing this thing because but it kind of works until it doesn't. And 10 years ago, and you made room for real wars and it breaks down. And it kind of gave me this perspective on the international institutions and other tools we built. That we do the same things, right? Sanctions are designed to make object leaders face the consequences. It's a solution for one of the five problems, right? And mediators are a solution to uncertainty. And international institutions that can enforce a peace and agreement solution. And all of these things can be solutions to these intangible incentives, preferences, for whatever you value, and miscalculations because they will punish you for your miscalculations, or they will get a mediator to help you realize what you so they're doing all these things, and it made me realize that the comparison to the Security Council and our tools is actually a pretty good one because those are pretty unequal too, and those are pretty imperfect. Like there's these we have 5 nations with the veto on the Security Council and a lot of unequal power. They're manipulating this in their own self-interest or the group's interests. So anyway, so it's actually some of the things that work in management and why they work help give me a lot of perspective on what works in the international arena and why most of the problems we have.
So there's not, in some deep ways, the difference between those 17 ethnic groups and security groups and security groups. It's like 1% of the groups put on suits and for the right the different cultural tribes that are there. What are your thoughts? I mean, that's the sense that got the Esteban and show up to found the Medellin. Like, I mean, talking with people, I'm talking about the Roger Rees, who was the Trump translator. It seems like there was, I don't know if the right term, but it was very professional and calm. It didn't have a sense of danger to it. Like, the danger is always on the table. Threat is part of the calculation, but you're using that threat in order to de-escalate. Everybody is interested in. So something that happened last year, we were a little bit able to watch more time to do the few contact. We've been meeting and talking for months. Leaders who are fighting prison. Many of them we talked with. And so the homicide rate, I mentioned homicide rate mentioned maybe the age of half of the Chicago level. It had been climbing. Some of these street level gangs were starting to fight. Maybe I've heard of them. On some level, it seems that like maybe some of the like saying, well, we're actually not sure how strong these guys are. Let's let them fight just to test it out. Let's have these skirmishes, right? It wasn't for long warfare. It was like, let's just sort of feel out how strong everybody is, because then we'll be able to reinforce the drug corners and such coordinate. So they're kind of feeling each other out through fighting. And the homicide rates have doubled
approaching something that might get out of control, which wasn't in anybody's interest. It wasn't the government's interest, it was the interest. And so then, magically, um, all these leaders in these patios, right, different prisons, they spread out across a bunch of prisons. Everybody gets transferred to the prison, which means they all get to be in the same holding area for 3 days before they're all moved elsewhere. So the government had a moment. And then somebody who's like a trusted mediator on the criminal side gets himself arrested, happens to be put in the same spot. And a week later, the homicide rate is 30% of what it was. It's back to its normal. Unfortunately, not zero, right? But it's back to where it was because it didn't make sense to have a war. And everybody, government, mafia leaders, everybody sort of like, they figured out a way to sort of bargain out the peace.
Can I say something almost like a tangent? You mentioned you got the chance potentially to talk to a few folks, some in prison, some are not. Is it productive? Is it interesting? By way of advice, you have ideas about talking to people who are actively criminals?
No. It really depends on the situation. So, like the first time I worked in a conflicted place was in Northern Uganda. Maybe the last couple of years ago, it was in 2004, 2005. This was a small East African country. In the north of the country, engulfed into what was like a 20-year low-level insurgency run by a self-proclaimed messiah who wasn't that popular, and no one drove his movement, so he would kidnap kids. And so I could talk to people who come back from here. I never liked, if I wanted to, I was writing a book right after. I never talked to anybody who was active over there. I would just put there. It wouldn't have been easy to figure. And that's sometimes true. I'm starting to do some work in Mexico probably, and I'm not going to be talking to people. They'll kill people.
You see, you're not going to talk to them, they'll kill people.
Which, so, I mean, journalists are routinely killed for those who there's no compunctions about killing them, and there's no consequences.
Who kills a journalist? It's not the main people that you spoke with. It's their lackeys, or is it rival
No,
gangs?
this is true of the Chicago gang, and this is true of the Medellin gang, it's probably true of the Mexican gang. It's like, you might have your group of 30 people, one or two of them will be shooters. Most people don't shoot, most people don't like to do that. Or you don't even have any of those people in the group because you're trying to run a business. You don't need a shooter. You just hire a killer when you need a contract. And so if somebody's asking a question, and you don't want them to ask questions, or you think they know too much and they're threatening to you, like shoot, or and you have no personal contact, then you can put a contract out on them and make a kill. That doesn't happen in Colombia. Doesn't happen in Chicago. I don't know. There's lots of reasons for that. I can't say exactly about it. One reason is like they know what will happen. Is that there'll be consequences. That the government will crack down and say, and so they don't do it. And that's not what happens. They won't kill like a agent. You know that if the U.S. is making clear you kill one of our agents, we will make you pay. And so they're very careful to minimize that. But journalists and nobody comes after them. And so they realize that they're the maximum people who are doing that. That's my initial assessment. But we spent a lot of time before we started talking to criminals. I spent a year trying to figure out what to say before we actually and failing. We're not to say things to do. It's also really hard to go and talk to people in your language. We failed 40 times before we figured out a way to actually access people.
Was it worth it talking to them if you figure out, because it's not never going to be safe, it's going to be when you estimate that there's some low level of risk. Like, what's the benefit as a researcher, as a scholar of humans?
Yeah. So I actually don't think, let's compare it to something these people buzzing around on these scooters with their phones.
We need to definitely interview them and say what was wrong.
So nothing I have ever done in my entire career is as risky as that.
That's a nice way to compare games.
Not well.
Shooting.
There are some, there's barely some wars. I worked in northern Uganda, and I worked in Liberia, and I worked in Mexico, and those particular places, and the things I did in those places were I spent a lot of time making sure that what I was doing was not completely.
So could you pull up a picture of a person on a scooter compared with the absurd situation? I doubt it's the risk of still not working because I understand the point you're making, but wow.
I'm not trying to say this early. I think there's like a calculated risk, and I think you become good at you work at becoming good at being able to assess these risks with most people.
I think there's another aspect to it too. When you're riding a scooter, once you're done with the scooter, the risk is disappeared. There's something that leaves you when you have to look over your shoulder, potentially for the rest of your life, as you achieve this conversation.
Yeah, I'm chosen, but I've also survived the students and left. I wouldn't go and do this with them on Facebook. I think I need to not do it for. Some people do that. Some journalists, I get their very do that, and good for them. I'm happy to do that. I don't personally do that. So these guys are very. I mean, I mentioned they're selling illegal drugs, and they are laundering money for sleeping hotels, and they are taking down businesses for money or selling services in some cases, and they make a lot of money with the business, and they're in prison, so they can talk about most of what they want to talk about because they know how much effort it is been incarcerated for it, and they're just not shocked, and they're just so it's worth it for them to listen to their laws, but if you actually want to weaken this organization, it's extremely powerful, extremely big factor in a lot of cities in America, in particular, even some American cities. If you want to understand how to weaken these groups over time, you have to understand how their business works. And imagine you were made like the royal Czar of the United States. Or maybe you're trying to finance it, right? If you're a regulator for oil and energy, right? And if you get to your job and someone says, and then you're like, well, how many firms are there? What do they sell? And what's the prices? And everyone's like, how many? We don't really know. You would not be very good right? And if you're a policeman or you're someone who's in charge of crime, you're just a regulator. You're trying to regulate an industry. You're regulating an industry that happens to be in the city. We use no information. And so that's kind of what we do. We figure out how the system works. And like, what are the economic incentives? What are the political incentives?
And you interviews competition.
We help a lot. Yeah. We do that. So we have, I don't do every some of those, but I'm on the side. My Spanish is okay. It's not great.
But it's not really easy.
Well, it's only because I can't understand people. I'm just totally no to community people. Totally, real person talks to these guys and speaking in the dialect. It's tough. But more importantly, I just don't be there. That's not my. I'm a quantitative scholar. I'm the guy who collects the data. So we have people on our team, colleagues and employees who are doing full time. So, and then I just sometimes. So,
what about the mentioned Uganda?
Yeah.
There's plenty of Ugandan warlords. I mean, just these years we kidnapped 591 children in 3 years.
Totally. We must have kidnapped. But they probably kidnapped for at least a short time, like a few hours per day, more than 50,000.
As a terror tactic.
A little bit. I mean, most of those people they just let go after the period. They hold on. They tried to hold on to thousands. The short story. Listen, if you're not popular, if you're running around and you need troops, you can, and nobody wants to fight for you. You can either give up, or you can have a small time starting terror organization that tries want to give up, then you have to conscript. And if you want to conscript and you don't, here we conscript, and then we say, if you run away, we'll shoot you. And we control the whole territory, so that's the federal funds. If you're a small insurgency organization, people can run away, and then you can't promise to shoot them very easily because you have control of the territory. And so what these movements do is they try to brainwash you. And I think what they figured out after years of abducting children and other people, they figured out that, we have to maybe I don't know, let's say maybe 100 or like 5 of them. So we just have to conscript our large number of kids. And then some small number of them will not get away. And those will be our committed populations. And those people can become free. And just like buy the propaganda and buy the messianic messages. But because most people rise up, we have, especially if they get older, we just have to abduct vast numbers of kids in our community project. So it has the other benefit of sort of being terrifying to the population, being a weapon in itself. But I think for them, it's just primarily a way to solve the recruitment problem. When you're totally hopeless and ideologically rebel. So in some sense, that's the
I heard one interview with the dictator, where the journalist was basically telling them, how could you keep doing this? Basically calling out all the atrocities the person was committing, and the dictator was kind of laughing it off and walked away. And and I feel like a very unproductive thing. You're basically stating the thing that everyone knows to his face. Maybe that's pleasant to somebody, but that feels unproductive. It feels like there should be some level of understanding.
He's been super elusive. I mean, why he's doing what's going on. I mean, why he's got this, I don't know. It's not a great example of that's, what, the way I look at that situation is it's a little bit particular the way Uganda works, but most of the political leadership and most of its post-independence history came from the north of the country. That was like the power base. And it was dictatorial. So you've heard of people like Idi Amin, people like Nathan Barclay, all these people were all from there. And then you get the current president who came to power in 1986. It's been a long time. He was from the south, and he was fighting against his dictators, and he was fighting for a freer and better Uganda. And in many ways, I mean, he's still a dictator himself, but he did create a freer and better Uganda. So he's better than this. He's better than before him. And he came to power, and he was like, and the Northerners were like, we want to keep up the fight. And he was like, you know what, you guys, we're strong enough to contain you. You guys go. You want to have an insurgency up there? And some chief believes he's like speaking, through the Holy Spirit, speaking through him, and he's going to totally disrupt the North. I don't care. That's great. You guys just fester and fight, and that's going to totally destabilize the traditional power base, and then it's just going to help consolidate control. So he was an autocrat, he was an strict leader who allowed the lunatic to run around and cause mayhem because it was in his political interest to do so. And there's no puzzle. It's in some ways it's that.
It's a real
Yeah, it took me a lot. Well, you know what? It's not so easy. In the middle of it, I didn't understand that. I don't think a lot of people did it. And I'm not. I think I could persuade most people who study or work there to see it that way. I think that would make sense to people, but it didn't make sense in the moment. In the moment this is happening, it's terrible, and you kind of realize how avoidable it was. That basically it was the absence of effective police actions that kept the lunatic from being contained. And that lunatic would never, he's not that skillful of a movement, right? It could have been shut down, and there was just never to be able to shut it leader, not only do you not bear the cost, but you might have a private incentive as an autocrat to like see that violence happen. And in this case, it was just keeping the troublesome part of the country busy.
If it's okay to look at a few other wars, so we talked about drug wars and Halloween. Are there other wars that stand out to you as good lessons? You can jump around a little bit. Maybe if you can return briefly at World War II, from your framework, like World War II, I think is one of the most traumatic wars globally.
And one obvious driver of that war was the things that Hitler valued, and it was able to use his autocratic power to either convince other people or to suppress them. And so some people stopped there, say that, and then in the West, basically, and then of course they were able, because they were such economically such a powerhouse, they were able to sort of make the idea that you can kind of see the fold, letting Nazis march into Denmark without a fight, or France folding very quickly. You can kind of see as like an appeasement or acknowledgement of their superiority and ability to bargain without much of a fight. And then you can see the Western response as a principle to that. I think there's a lot of truth to that. In terms of the strategic forces, a lot of political scientists see a version of a commitment problem, basically where Germany says, you know what, we're strong now, we're temporarily stronger, we're not going to be this strong forever. If we can get this terrible bargain and get everyone to capitulate through violence, if we start now, and then solidify that power, and keep these, in World War I, prevent the rise of Russia, and prevent the strengthening of and we have an incentive for strike now. There's a window of opportunity, I suppose, what they thought was closing since 1917. I don't know that story is as persuasive in World War II. I think there was an element of a closing window.
Well, they kept talking about a closing window. Never really thought there was a closing window. I think it was a nature that was different in that there's kind of pacifism. It seems like if war broke out, most nations would consider you probably better. You could buy that. Like people with measures in power, they weren't ready, so the economy was really right now. I wonder how often that is the case with leaders in war and business economies now.
The other commitment problem, the other shift that was happening that we wanted to observe, that is kind of wrapped up with this ideology, is this idea of like a cultural and a democratic window of opportunity. That if you wanted, it's conditional on having these views of the Germanic people and the pure race, and that now is the strike now for any opportunity to sort of establish that is possible. I think that's one. It's an incentive that requires his ideology as well.
How do we avoid this?
Yeah.
Would you say is there that's kind of an explanation? Is there a way to avoid it? Is violence a way to avoid it? Because people kind of tried rational, peaceful kind of usual negotiation, and that like this war. Is that unique to this particular? Let's say World War I, World War II. So there's an extra pressure from Germany and those wars that happens. Okay, so we found like, is there a way to alleviate that extra pressure to happen?
I think use World War I. Suppose, as many German generals said at that time, the window of opportunity before Russia, where we might not win. So the probability that we can win the war is change in the next decade. Maybe even so we have a much better bargaining tool, both to not use violence, but if necessary. Because otherwise, Russia's going to be extremely powerful in the future, and they'll be able to use that power to change the budget. They'll keep us down. And the thing is in principle, Russia can say, look, we don't want to get invaded. We know you could invade us. We know you can. promise to like not wield our and abuse our, or just merely just sort of take what we can get in the future when we're strong. We're going to restrain ourselves in the future, or we're going to hand over something that makes it powerful, because that's the bargain that we're talking about. And the reason political economists call it a commitment problem is because that's a commitment that would solve the problem, and they can't make that commitment because there's nobody who would open it. So anything, any international legal architecture, any set of enforceable agreements, any UN Security Council, any world government, anything that would help you with that commitment is a solution. If that's the problem. And so that's why, the regime, the Opposite can do that. They can say, listen, yes, Congo that's strong today is going to be weak tomorrow. You have an incentive to make this Congo if you're cut, because they're going to be strong. But guess what? We're not going to do that, and we're going to make sure, we're going to promise that when these guys do get stronger, we're going to restrain what they can do. I mean, most of our constitutions in most stable countries have done precisely that, right? There's a lot of complaining right now in the United States about the way that the Constitution is apportioning power between states. That was a deal. That was a commitment. The Constitution was a deal made to a bunch of states that knew they were going to be in the future because of economic and demographic change. I guess they might be. And it said, listen, you cooperate and we'll commit not to basically ignore your interests. And now, 250 years later, we're still honoring those commitments. It was part of the deal that meant that there should be a union. And so we do this all the time. So Constitution is a good example of how every country's constitution, especially a country who's writing a constitution after a war, that constitution and all of the other institutions are an attempt to provide commitment to groups who are worried about future shifts in power.
And does that help with avoid civil war? So we could just keep those lessons emerged from civil wars, perhaps the American Civil War and the others.
So Lebanon, one of the ways Lebanon tried for a long time to preserve the interests of minority groups, powerful minority groups who were powerful at the time and knew that the demographics were against them, to guarantee this ethnic religious group gets the presidency, this ethnic religious group gets the prime ministership, and this ethnic, and a lot of countries were apportioning seats in parliament to different religious groups, and that's an attempt to give a group that's temporarily powerful some assurances that when they're weak in the future, they'll still have a say. Just like we portion seats in the Senate in a way that's not demographically representative, but is unequal, quote unquote, in the sense that people be confident that there won't be a candidate. And now that just happens within a really unstable range of other countries. Eventually, the de facto power on the ground gets so out of line with this really rigid system of president who goes to this that it didn't last, right? So, but you can think of every conflict agreement, constitution, like a little bit of humans' best effort to find an agreement that's going to protect the interests of a group that's temporarily has an interest in violence. Is not violent.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of ingenuity, and it doesn't always work, right?
Which actually, from the perspective of the group, threatening violence actually brings out when we make progress.
We're talking about groups, right? We're talking about Russians versus Ukraine, Russians versus the West, or maybe it's Mexican gangs versus one another. A lot of their bargaining power comes from the ability, right? And so if I want to have more bargaining power, I can arm a lot and I can threaten them. And so the strategically wise thing to do, it's terrible, it's a terrible equilibrium for us to be forced into, but the strategically wise thing to do is to build up lots of arms, to threaten people, incredibly threatening, but then trust or hope that your enemy is going to see reason and and avoid this really terrible, inefficient thing. Just like, but the thing that's going on all the time is those in the army is spending like 20% of GDP or whatever on arms. That's pretty inefficient. That's the tragedy. We don't have war, and that's good. But we have really limited abilities to like incentivize our enemies not to harm and to keep ourselves from love to greed and so we can't. And so the masses that we have to run, we have to correct.
So the threat of violence across the internet. We've actually put up this report lately, the big title thing, Civil War. The name was what's that about?
Well, that was, I mean, when I was finishing graduate school and people with my advisor, Evan Gell, at Berkeley,
Most nations take experience and internal armed conflicts and statements. Yeah, the reviews from that thing.
maybe last year or just recently.
Yeah. I wish that was just bring that real quick. Yeah, while Civil War is central to many nations, the periphery of economic research and teaching, so on and so forth. And this is looking at Civil War, history of the Civil War.
Mostly looking at the 20th century. I mean, I was trained as a self-development economist, which is somebody who studies why some places are poor and why some places are rich. And I, like a number of people around that time, stumbled into. I mean, people have been studying the wealth economy principally since the 1900s. But there was a big blind spot for like, now there isn't anymore. It's like a flourishing area of study, but you never know. But at the time it wasn't. And so there were people like me and Ted who were sort of hardcore at the time, but as good of a scientist for a long time. We started using economic tools to do partnerships with the scientists and adding to it. And so we wrote this. So after like people have been doing this for 5 to 10 years in our field, we wrote a review article telling economists like what was going on. And so this was like a summary of the economy. So the book in some ways is a lot easier to article. This article, I mean, it's designed to be not written as like a whole new laundry list of studies, which is that's the purpose of this article. So we do this for graduate students and professors who want to take a look to work on what we do. This book is like now trying to like not just for economists, but sort of say what economists, political scientists, psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, like what's how do we bring systems to project and policymakers? Like what do we know? What do we know about world peace given the war? Because if you don't know what the reason for those are, you're probably not going to design the right here. And so that was, but I started off studying for the wars, and because I stumbled into this place in London, basically by accident. This is no intention of working for the wars, never thought of it. And then, but basically I followed a woman there.
Right on as a first. The people that just watch them, we're an amazing team of folks helping out, doing pictures and articles and so on. Most of still actually put those pictures on Instagram and we're starting to do it again. And then we can discuss, analyze the first thing today with all of these things for people to do. But let me ask you one most difficult thing going on in the world today. If you're a Palestinian, will we ever see peace in this part of the world? And so your book's title is The Roots of War and Paths of Peace, or something like that. What's the path for peace? Will we ever see peace?
Yeah. If you think about this conflict in the sense of like this dispute, this sort of contest, this contest that's been going on it's going on for a century. And they're really just 10 or 15 years of pretty serious violence in that time. Most of it from 2000, 2009, and stretching up to 2014. They're like sporadic incidents, which are really terrible. I'm not trying to diminish the human cost of these, by the way. Like, I'm just trying to point out that whatever's happening is complex and being challenging and difficult as it is, it's actually not. And so it is actually, it's sort of an uneasy filmmaker, because Israelis and Palestinians are actually pretty good at keeping this bunch of like low-scale, sporadic violence that can be repression of civilians. It can be terror bombings and terror actions. It can be counter-terror violence. It can be mass arrests. It can be repression. It can be how people go. It can be rattled sabers. All these things that are happening, right? And it can be sporadic 3-week overs, like sporadic, very brief episodes of intense violence where everybody sees guns and then settles down to this uneasy. That's not like we're right now to think of that as like a peace, and there's certainly no stable agreement, right? So a stable agreement and amity and any ability to move on from this extreme hostility, we're not there yet, and that's maybe very far away. But this is a good example of two rivals who most of the time will go
So this, you talked about this, like most of the time, rivals just like avoiding violence and hating each other. So is this what peace? To answer my question,
yeah, sometimes, I
is
mean,
this what peace looks like?
not always, but I mean, it's what it's kind of my word. To go back to the Russian-Ukraine example, that I kind of, it's going to be really hard to find an agreement that both sides can feel they can honor, that they can be explicit about.
Yo, what's going on, big dog? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels like the first step in a long journey towards great civilization, peaceful time, flourishing, that kind of thing.
I mean, you can think of like what the plan in Israel Palestine is a stalemate. Both of them are exhausted from the violence that has occurred. Neither one of them is quite able to create this sort of stable agreement. There's a lot of really difficult issues to resolve. And maybe we'll end up in the same situation. This is where if everybody can stop fighting one another, but Russia holds the country and nobody really manages to rest of that might continue to a lot of tension, expansion, violence, but that never really progresses to war for 30 years. That would be a sad maybe
All right, what's your favorite bowling move?
outcome. So that's kind of where
Excellent. You know what's an interesting fact about
and
the
so
last
someone, if we're going to talk about why
they
these
never
fights,
show
the
the
question
people
you have to ask is like, why?
they never show the people.
The second you could think about it, like that was the most sad episode.
Right, what's your second favorite bowling move?
And why did that last several years?
Yes,
That
those
would
are
be
the
like, you could analyze that. What was it?
I'm sure there are others, but those are the big ones. Amazing. What do you average when you bowl?
And probably don't talk about that.
Yeah, so do I. What do you
I
average?
wanted to avoid really contemporary conflicts for two reasons. One is I
Okay, if
think
it's
we
open
change very
100.
quickly. I didn't want the data. I
All
want this to be
right, all right. I think that would be
that would be relevant.
I gotta say that it's been a while, but you know, still one of my favorite hobbies.
Circumstances can
And,
change. So I wanted it
well,
to
are
be
you going against any bowl against friends or
things and changing controversial. But of course, I think about them. So like a lot of my time, I decided actually last class where I take all these contemporary conflicts that wasn't
excellent? Take no
working
prisoners.
on helping my resume an expert, whether it's Palestine, China, so Palestine, Mexican cartels, state drug wars, a few others, and then teach class on it. You go through it, you read the book, and then you say, all right, none of us are experts, how do we make sense of this? And we focus in these real Palestine cases and trying to understand how it got so violent. And spend a little bit of time on what the prospects are for something that's larger.
I know that stuff now.
Yeah.
You need to do before analysis when
It's always been well, Israel isn't like a tough place. They have this these kind of countries that have to look at our deals that don't catch up and they have an attachment to a church state.
I will give you the
And
results.
those
right
things
now.
are not
this
so
is
easily
very
compatible.
important information, not
Because
just for the
to
sake of
recognize
or
like,
the winner
or to
was Red Cloud.
or to create a one state solution
And
that
you know who that
undermines
is?
the ability to have a church state.
Like to say, yeah.
And to do anything else, you could try that.
He had a really good, he had a really good year this year.
Yeah.
He Bitcoin Forever, and that was the championship.
And that's a
Everybody
really
changed
hard
Rabbi on the other hand, who was dead last. The reason why I wasn't in dead last, I was in a solid fifth. But then I just decided, you know what, let's pick up some really good players like Tom Brady, who played in the years, and some other guys, and I just started them, and then I could lock up the goals for myself. I go by the Talladega Nights mentality, you're not first, you're last, so why not on the VFL? And it was so much fun. We should have can't do it next year because it was excellent fucking blast. I think I should have this game. Really, really excited. Loved it. And shout out to Yo-Yo for getting it organized and everything. And gotta say that no one was too mean to anybody else in there. I gotta say, I kind of feel bad for Red Cloud Bells because the coin started worth more when it ended. So, it wasn't I can imagine most people mostly saying how about wish me to that's
they
just
got
all
a
now.
very politics kind of feel. Like most people in this week got right? Somebody said something.
That's the one, the only James Kaminsky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to James.
Right.
He's an amazing individual.
And those
Take
guys
care, my friend.
are in a principled way refusing to make the compromise.
Yeah.
And I'm not, that's not like a both sides are right kind of argument. I'm saying, it's a factual thing.
I got to meet his girlfriend
Everyone wants
like
to compromise on certain
3 months ago or something.
and they're both
I think it might be
constructive.
really nice. I think people know.
These are the I will not talk about self-esteem. And that's why I'm not. I don't see a way
As I was saying,
to for
every
them
time
to
I
resolve
got
those things. Speaking of compromise,
I don't know if you know any.
would be in the future. China and how do you avoid
I wish that we would do one for baseball. Basketball is kind of over already. Baseball, we can do baseball is a lot. That means you have to be on the ball. Football, they're only like 18 weeks points or so. So it's much easier to manage. You just have to do it. Baseball. I played baseball one time.
No, but those two are really fun to
One
make
of the
because those two things produce success.
He invited me to play.
When we were talking,
It was interesting. I didn't know. I know a lot about baseball, but I didn't know that much about all the players at that time. Like I knew more older baseball information, and it was like every day I'd come to the work, he would give me a rundown of how my team did. He was just like, dude, okay, I get it. You've got a really good team, and you're really excited for it. Calm down, dude. But yeah, baseball it could be fun. I'm actually I just did a basketball one. I was actually 25 basketball teams. I had 25 basketball picks. And 25 picks was hot. And after like 3 games in either of them, I don't want to say that it was too much to be able to manage all
and
that
if we're
stuff.
socially inclined to make social relationships, we can just family or intermarriage or whatever. This is all these things will help. And then if we're ideologically
Fantasy football alone turns me from someone who would go like years without watching football at all to I will watch like every single game. I watch Thursday games, I watch Sunday games, I watch Monday games.
So I would be
Just that one thing, just having the
which I think is
constant excitement of going head to head against people just totally changes
for
the
people
sport.
follow the sanctions or closer China's alliance with Russia. All those things could happen. Those would make me more worried because I think
want your religion basically make friends with the people from different people.
Yeah.
Fall in love. Lots of sex with people. Also,
The thing that also some people are kind of that they time is not as centralized as Christian life, which is Russia, for example. And neither one of them is centralized and personalized as like some like purely personalized dictatorship. Because the fact that China is much more widely shared is a big installation, I think, against this war, the future war. The, the attempts by Xi Jinping to personalize power over time and bring it more centralized and Christian place, which is effectively the so anything that moves in the direction, not necessarily being democratic, but just like the rotten fighter people in power, like all the business leaders and all the things that have happened in the last 2 centuries that actually were in power. But anything that's moving in the other direction does really because it's actually
I ain't worried about the civilization. So one of the things I see with China problem
Right.
But there seems to be a bigger cultural gap with other people. Where it's like almost like the whole world falls into that state. Yeah, really touch on it. It's not that like we're not competing superpowers. We're almost like Blue Note that was that feeling. And I think that needs a lack of understanding.
I'm with you. Cell phone is attention to and when before I could go to a movie, you just watch the movie. Now,
like Rocky,
what's going on in the if there's anything new that's going on, that promo fear missing out, and that becomes a big in the same with sporting events when because they're so long, there are so many breaks that I want to get on. I want to see what's going on in other games. I want to see. I mean, just whatever it is. I hate it. I hate it. That I'm so addicted to it. But I think that the world has changed probably over the last 10 or 15 years just because of the ability to have a cell phone. The ability to be able to get that constant amount of
Innovation in the United States.
it's the sad thing. And if it's ever taken away,
more Americans,
meaning like if society didn't have it anymore,
so much
it would be like this huge like
because
awakening, like oh, we're supposed to
so I don't
each
know
other,
whether
we're supposed to,
the balance is I don't understand ever before, but you're right. There was like a big gulf there.
right. I know.
So lots of inter-Chinese in the United States. No, I'm not a marriage, not like a social belief.
That's what.
So once again, referring to love.
That's what gets me. Before I started doing this, I wouldn't use my phone from Friday to sundown till Saturday sundown.
I dedicate this
And
to a slow
fortunately, I was in a community still am that
because it's something in the past
we would play.
work with and
Mary, we would play board games on Saturday. So it was at least something to get your mind off, and you wouldn't be tempted. But I'm telling you what, as soon as it was slimmed down a little bit, everybody would just there's something on Saturday night, $5, like basically, where once that's done, everybody's on their phones, checking their email, getting back to everything, getting replies and everything. And it really made me appreciate when I would do it 6 days a week, having that Sunday off. But now I find that if I'm able to use it, and I'm not a screen it's just a pretty lasting. And
and so I went and I was one of the most dynamic places to and so I went and I got a job for the organic food running a furnace for a day and I keep them for like living up running a furnace. so now I'm in Nairobi and I'm on my suit to the bank in the summer. And my laptop gets there like 2 enterprising cars. Recharging.
These guys
So I
can
find
be
myself
very
using
powerful
it.
stuff. Bitcoin,
No laptop. And it's like, you know,
Logic,
can you
server,
exactly? Can you
they
do
no
that?
longer make fun of me constantly, which is like a huge win for me. When I wish them a good day every day,
So it's just glacial.
I'll get
So
some
it's
like
10 minutes or
positivity
15
back.
minutes. And so
I made
there's this whole customer home.
I made a gift.
And beside me all the time.
I'm gonna send it
It's
to you.
true all over.
I know I said that I made it the other day, which
And I so
did, but
strategically
it's too
set
big to
to
send you.
the
I made it smaller.
came in and it turned out she was
It
psychologist.
doesn't do exactly what I want. Like usually, like, when you send a gift, it's like movement immediately. But mine, for some reason that I don't understand why, it needs some time to build. So even when I optimize it, it takes some time. So you should have it in your inbox.
And I just struck me in spite of the
Just
fact
click
that
on it, and
maybe because I knew it was most people do.
it will.
We had a
It's basically all my shit. So that if you were like, okay, what is this?
and then it was kind of
It just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like one thing that just like an overwhelming amount
And then
of
one day,
stuff. So I think
I
that
was
might
chatting with
change
something I knew
the
worked on
first
this
page
young
to
professor who's
just
a friend
say,
of mine, but
like, here, just what
I said,
number,
"Hey,
something
you
like
work on
that.
some of
I have another Discord and I'd like to share it. And it's such a like,
you guys would have like
kitschy thing.
professional
That
research
it's like,
lectures.
what is all this stuff? Like, no one makes a gift with like words in it that just scroll and
And he said,
everything.
wow, that's a fascinating
That
research. But
It just
like,
gets a little bit
when we
of
watch it, the
stuff. But anyway, when I post that stuff, people are like, other positive.
remember me
I really think so.
more
Okay, so the thing that I always try to remember,
over the course of this year, we have a
like
very
they're getting really
ambitious,
they're
crazy, and like plan. Basically, what it was, we were gonna like find
just
the names when all the kids were born 20 or 30 years ago in the region, and we were going to track 1,000 of them. We were going to randomly sample them, and then we were going to find them today, and we were going to track them, and then we were going to use like some variation in exposure to violence with other people to actually like show what happens to people when they're exposed to violence and confliction. We were going to like tell you know psychologically, economically, we were going to answer questions, and that which would help you design better programs, right? And so we have this plan which is totally copying. So copying that when I pulled my previous dissertation proposal from my committee like the next week and gave them a new one, they unanimously met without to decide that this was totally bonkers. They advised me not to go, and they told me to treat my full proposal so that when I showed it to my defense, they said, you actually think we can, but you're actually, you want to only talk about this other thing you were going to do because this is like, you should not go.
I mean, it is incredible. It's super interesting.
It actually was exactly 20 times. The first and last time in my entire career.
So she pulled off that bitch like a gigantic, like crazy. And
Well, all of my work, that's my shtick. My day-to-day research job is not writing books, but writing fight. My thing is like, I go, I collect data. Nobody else collect data. And so I always do pull it off, but I never. Like it's always, there's so many twists and turns. So I was in an interesting way, and it works, but this one actually we pulled off in spite of ourselves. And that's kind of, it's a technical way with the people with actually one person, my wife. Well,
yeah, that's
you know,
like
he's sympathetic to this. He's like, why didn't you go for
we've come a long way. If they were just making fun of me for all kinds of shit, now they're asking me for a person.
And I don't know. I always remember somebody speak, the fake interviews,
There's a saying,
whatever these people are, and they have this relationship with these intense circumstances. And I think at the end of the movie, they sort of like, this will never work because these relationships and these circumstances never matter, which is why it's so mean. And that future, so we've been married 15 years, 2 kids.
and that's when you probably
Yeah,
always
that's
psychology and
first-
appreciate
first
the
they
power.
ignore you.
So that's the psychology. So we end up, for most of our work, for the first 5 years, together. What's the
hardest piece of data that you can chase it.
Yeah,
That
that's
you
it.
chase
Yeah,
from
that's
that. Like,
basically
what are
where
some
we're at.
interesting
So
things?
first they hated
What
me,
are things you
first they ignored me,
go
then they
through
hated me,
and
and
find
they fought with
evidence
me.
and
Now
data
I'm
to
not saying I won, because there are still some people that just
get
come
an
up
understanding of human nature, maybe from
uh,
an economic perspective. What
they
kind
can
of stuff that either in your past or in the future
they can
you've been
still
thinking
shit
about?
on me,
Well,
but
I mean,
more and more they
it's hard to
are.
say. The hardest emotionally was interviewing all those kids.
And the thing is,
That was just gut punch.
like, my thought is
Uh,
this: I could do the same thing with music. Like, music is Marty. He's got to be music biased. And I understand, I get it, everybody uses bias, but his Discord is smaller than my Discord. And for him to get 2,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000 people simultaneously is just not very realistic. Like, in order to get those kind of numbers, you need like a large. I mean, do you think he's using bots? Yeah.
He has at least half of so pretty consistent. Now, as far as what we were talking about before,
Right.
the majority of people act, and
Right. Yeah. No, I get that. I looked at that slow mo, but I get it. If you turn on slow mo, yeah, exactly. Um, well, I um, I can tell you he has a lot more real people than he kick people. The reason why I say that is I had this twice that I ever that from which I know of had a ton of people watching me, and one of the times was from him, and the other and I made friends from him. The only reason why I was unable to continue with those friends is I lost the account on which I would communicate with them. So I would text with them. Like when you're texting with people, that's pretty like you and I are super close, but we don't text. I don't have a number, but well, I used to. But I no, I was on it was like a free plan, and it ran out. The government stopped doing it, right? And so whenever I need when I need a and I just didn't need a $50 bill every single month that I wasn't really calling anyone. I mean, I didn't really have anybody to call. So whenever I need to call, I'm able to just get like a temporary one. But it's just like $600 a year that I didn't need, and um, yeah, I mean, and I had it like I had a when I first started streaming. I really wanted to just be like the best IRL streamer that there was. So I bought four different lines and four different phones, and I would just like put them all over and have four lines streaming me at once. And then those bills would come in at like $280 a month, and it just was like, okay, well I can do this while I got a job, but then when I started doing this full time, it was like, okay, I kept one line going, and actually I had two lines. So I kept two lines going, then that went to one line, and then it was like I would look at my phone, and the people who would call me would be people from who I met on Discord, who I met on um, or who I met on like Telegram. They were like the same people. I shouldn't say that. I have friends who would text me or something like that, but it wasn't like major connections. And I would also email with those friends. So I recognized that, like, so long as I'm doing this, I don't want to have any bill. I've got rent, which is, like the biggest bill that I have, and I need to cut everything out. So I recognize that cutting out a cell phone and cutting out like Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff saves me a couple $100 a month, which has been allowed me to do this much longer than I really thought I'd ever have to do it. I never thought when I started this that it would be 3 years. I thought it would be 1 year maximum. I figured, oh, it's still, if they find out, people find out I've done this for a year, that'll be, but my internet, especially then, wasn't that strong. And then my, even when, like, I had a family plan with Verizon that had unlimited data. And I figured, oh, this is it. I'll be able to put these phones all around my room and not even need my Wi-Fi at home, not knowing that you can do that for about 2 days and then you get throttled. And once you're throttled, especially on the upload, you're done. And yeah, so I thought about it. I was turning my phone back on, but again, it's $60 a month. I'm trying to get cheaper plans, but at least that's what I was paying, 50, $60 a month. And exactly, right. But that unlimited, uh, that unlimited, I feel it's not unlimited. Exactly. And it's not only quite low, it like depends on how you use it. The amount of data that I use in a month is like terabytes. And no phone line is going to expect that to be normal usage. That's what they call it. Unlimited under normal usage. And their normal usage is usually like either like 5 gigabytes or 100 gigabytes. But when I'm using terabytes worth of data, it's there. I don't know the phone service that allows it. So um, I should say I do have a phone number and I do have a line to it, but it's just like a temporary one. It's and it's not ideal, meaning it doesn't have data to it, just like you're talking about. Like it's an emergency line and really needs to get a hold of me. But it's kind of freezing as well because I don't have to go and like worry like, hey, somebody. I don't have to like that. It's like one less thing I have to do. Like when I was in my career, first thing I would have to check every day is my email, make sure like like I basically had a boss, and I didn't like. I mean, no one wants to have a boss. Now I'm kind of much more free, and I like that. Um, and yeah, oh, beautiful. Um, okay. I mean, I've got enough fun. I appreciate it. I, you know what? Hold on a second. When your, you sent me your contact information another time, and I believe I put it on the yeah, it's just up there. So, yeah, thank you. What happened? What happened? So I had like a normal line that you would use to pay, or like I would pay with, but when I started doing this 24/7, I was eligible for like a free phone, like an insurance phone, like a lifeline or something. And so I used that. But then the government stopped the lifeline program in like June this year. And when they did that, we said, okay, let's see how long I can go without a phone. I'm sure it'll be done now. But then it was like, I believe that I can have somebody to have to keep up with. And if anybody needs me, they go to email me. And I have friends who email me and go, hey, I see you're still streaming. When are you coming back? And they're like, well, once I go viral, it will be a very big deal. Or you might just do the show randomly cool or randomly some Shabbat or something. But then I started doing jobs like this summer where I could make a little bit of money and then just to be able to pay my rent. But I recognize that if I just continue to pick up jobs whenever I need money and I keep my bills really to an absolute limit, minimum, I could do this. I don't want to say indefinitely, everything comes to an end. But I've got at least another, like internally, I want to do it for the rest of my life. So that part of me doesn't seem like it's going to come to an end. Um, I always worry that the people who own the house one day are going to say, you use too much internet and we're going to take that part out of your lease. And if they do that, then I have to work on getting a different internet service provider. But in the meantime, the worst that they've ever done, the internet used to go down all the time. And so the person who owns the house is actually in Iran. I've met them. I used to live with them. They used to live in the house, but they, yeah, yeah. So I would say the same. Yeah, so he he owns or he helped to start like an IT company, and his dad is a person who like does most of the management of how he's getting the guy. His real name. I write checks for this guy. It's like Corso something. It's like a very long name. Even every year, I write 12 checks for each month, and I do it all at one time. And I have to have them write down the name for me because I can never get it right. But he goes by Jay. Anyway, he was living here, so we lived together for like 1 or 2 years, and then he moved out, and other people moved in with his room, and that was no big deal. And I always just worked through his dad, but his dad doesn't know English very well, and so whenever I'm like, the internet went down, he'd be like, huh? And I'd be like, dude, can you please, like, let me? I used to have to go in his room and unplug the router, and it was just a huge pain in the ass. So I finally was like to Jay, I'm like, Jay, is there any way you can work on the guy who owns the house? Or he goes by. Is there any way you can improve the connectivity? And he's so he did an audit and he looked, and I mean, just the amount of data that I was using caused me to be the bad guy. So he's like, "What are you uploading?" It's kind of hard. To be like, hey, I'm screwing my life on your dime, basically. But I explained to him that I'm a YouTuber, and he's like, "All right, well, just don't stream anybody else in the house on fast, but you need to watch it as much as you stream." And since I'm on just a month-to-month leave, at any time they could just be like, "Yeah, we're just going to remove pretty much things." When I first moved in, this was in like 20, I remember as I was sitting to sign the paperwork, they said to them, I remember the listing said Wi-Fi included. It's the only reason why I started, well, two reasons. Was its proximity to my SIM card, but also because it had internet. And I said, so you have internet, right? They're like, oh yeah, it's unlimited, so you don't need to worry about it. I'm like, oh, okay. Little did they know that I would be the person who probably uses the most internet, aside from a business than any individual ever. And yeah, so my biggest worry is that they would take that out. And if they did, then it might be, because then it's going to be like, at least like, for good internet, it's going to be like 200, 300,000 perhaps, if I want like unlimited upload and all that other shit. And so, I just consider going back to work. And not that I'm against it, but because I do enjoy being a project manager, and I have never had a problem getting a job in the past, but I feel like then I can't focus on this. Then when people come in with Discord, I have to do it the whole time for 8 hours and all this other shit, and that's it's not ideal. So I recognize that if I keep my food costs down, I keep my bills to nothing, and I just have to pay rent. I sold my car. I mean, I've given everything for this, but yeah, but like, why did I sell my car? I wasn't going anywhere. Like, it's expensive to go out um, and even just to have insurance on it. So that was like last year I did that. So I had some money for that. And while not ideal, I just say to myself, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. With each day, I get more and more influence. With each day, more and more people find out about me. And it's just a matter of time until the right group of people sees what I'm doing and endorses it, and I go by it. Now, I actually brought this up because of the Music with Marty Discord. He is someone who can somewhat make that happen, though I'm not using his Discord for that. His Discord just really for nice people. He had Dr. Don come in today. Some really nice people from there. This Wall Street Bets one, I'm telling you, these are the people who are going to do it. And it's just a matter of time. I think that they're starting to grow on me, at least on some of them. And that's what happened to Harry Potter Obama Son Penny. They didn't like me at first. They used to kick me out. And then all of a sudden, years go by and you're just a, a regular, or you're like a pillar of the community. Just think that the same thing's going to happen in here. Um, I really think that it could have happened in the Aiden Ross Discord, but Aiden Ross stopped allowing just anyone to be able to be able to be so I'm basically just been grandfathered in. In the other ones, like Socialize or whatever ones I'm in, because they're so large, no one really pays attention to me because they're like hundreds of thousands of people. I have found a sweet spot with like people who know who I am. There aren't a lot of people streaming at the same time, so they are able to recognize who I am. And it's kind of like a consistent individual. I think if one of these days somebody's going to be like, get that, like, keep posting, and I understand. Every once in, like twice a day, I do it, and they said, you know what? It's so crazy that just like, what do you want us to do? And they just be like, hey, make a post on Reddit, and we'll get the community to upload it and see if it gets any momentum. And if it does, game over. Let's see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's really sweet of the community and sweet. Not what I do. Not what I do. I believe. I okay. Yeah, they gave up. It's important. It's important to maintain consistency. I think when people see that you're consistent, they see that you are rational. It's not like this is a diet behavior, and just
Forget it. You just probably had a regular life.
I I invite people to do as much research on me as they can because then that just means that I'm growing my influence. I'm basically looking at my head's up to. I mean, I'm not a perfect person. And I think everybody has some skeleton in the closet, but generally, I I've done my best with every person that I've met to treat them with as much respect as possible. I don't have any, like I've never cheated on a girl. I don't have like a mean ex-girlfriend who's out to get me, or a baby mama, or I've never cheated anybody. I've never been fired. I have only generally like, been as good a person as I can be. Am I perfect? No. But even when I'm imperfect, I feel that my actions can be justified. Like, have I ever told a lie? Yeah. To protect my own life, I've had to lie. I think everybody on earth has. Or have I ever had to, like, have I ever gotten mad at someone? Yeah, I've gotten mad at people. But I do my best to not let it necessarily, like, I've never, yeah, there's nothing like that.
That's not. That's
Right. Right. I, I, well, I appreciate that. I don't think that it's very true. I don't think that I'm done with. Internally, I think I'm going to do this. I really do. I think I'll do it for next month. And I think that I'll get like Meta, Ray-Bans that automatically upload the internet, and people will just want to watch what I'm doing 24/7 in first person. I think that they used to do that. I have a lot of footage, um, like where I just recorded myself with my hat, and I actually like, made this necklace while there's a camera and like a recording box. They make these things. Um, it's just like a box. that looks like a little black box. And it has one button on it, and when you turn it on, it records all the sound going on around. And it has a large. It has a large storage, so it can store like I don't know, 32. Well, like, I think it has a little card too. But basically, what I could do is just turn on this little box and have all of my audio recorded for an entire month, and then I just have to upload it to my computer. Like you can have anything else. This box is very indiscreet, but it would just record all the sound that was going on. And then I had a GoPro that I would wear, and I would watch the footage, and I was like, you know what, I would actually like to watch this in a few minutes. If I could always just log in and see what they're doing, whatever they are. If it was just like grass on their face, now we can. Another way that, yeah, kind of do the same thing. They just need to bridge the gap. I don't know. I don't think there's better way than automatically upload. That's what they need to do. It just needs to be a constant upload, so that you can live out some of your life. That to me would be really exciting. And I got that kind of foresight, and that's what I'd like to do. Um, and I just need to keep being nice to these guys in the Wall Street Bets Discord, and eventually they get some big connections, and they'll get behind it because they're about making money. A lot of these guys don't have any money. A lot of them have a lot of money. They want to make money. I just have to convince them of the importance of data, and some of them already recognize it. One of them was asking the other day, they're like, how am I ever going to get out of the riffraff of the um, of the stock market? Like, what's more important than money? And I said data. And all these people were like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Data is more important. Money doesn't really have a value. Data at least has some, it is something. Money is just, it has no intent. But data, even if it's not necessarily backed in anything, by anything, it has value because people can use it to learn. So that's an important thing. So I'm slowly convincing them of this. It's not going to happen overnight, but the fact that they haven't kicked me out, I've been there now like 2 weeks, that's an excellent sign. And they just kick me out.
That was the hardest, but it wasn't hard because of that. You could take people everywhere and everybody could. No one had done an interview, kids that have gone through or in the middle of after divorce, and everybody was going through all the things we could learn.
I'm like, they just.
Instead of people.
I get them though. That guy with the pink swastika, he's nice to me now. And like when before they'd be really, really mean to me. And that's fine if they want to say I'm one of the good ones. So long as I can be a good influence to them and a light to them, I feel I'm performing my role. What I don't like is people who think they're saying holier than thou, and they think that they're better than everybody because they do something or whatever. They have they have more money than someone, or they have a certain education or whatever. I kind of just see that all as how you were born into that generally, or you were fortunate enough to be able to make a lot of money in one way or another. But that doesn't make you better than anybody. And I think that shows, especially when you look at people who are very um, determined and are people who pick themselves up by their bootstraps and are willing to make sacrifices. Those kind of people, if given the same opportunity that say like an Elon Musk would be, they might be trillionaires by now. They wouldn't just be worth $400 million; they'd be worth trillions. Um, one thing that I see happen is somebody like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk will be seen in this light that they kind of came from nothing, or they want to make it like they came from nothing. When like Bill Gates' mom was on the board of the University of Washington, his grandfather was on the board of Planned Parenthood, and he comes from a banking background. Uh, Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA that started the internet. So of course you're going to expect his grandson to be a very successful person.
Some
To some extent. Um, well, I mean, if people don't know, well, I mean, some people call it nepotism. I just call it taking care of your own, and I respect that. I'm going to do the same thing with my children and my children's children. I'm going to do my best to set them up. And so, so I understand. And then, but what bothers me is when they try to make it like they didn't come from this. If you want to know the story of Amazon, you watch any Amazon documentary, it all started in a garage. Bill Gates started in a garage. Apple Computer started in a garage. Uh, Elon Musk and he doesn't really start these companies. His dad, he says he's an electrical engineer, which is true. But his grandfather owned an emerald mine, and his dad has talked about it. And Elon Musk has done his best to downplay this information. It's like, Elon, you have pictures of you next to your dad's Rolls Royce. Nobody's going to think that you came from nothing. So he keeps these pictures, as quiet as possible. But I think that there is an opportunity here, especially when it comes to data, that it's just a matter of time. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Then I sacrificed my life for 3.5 years, whatever it would be at that time, for the good of the world. I did my best to be a positive influence on everyone that I met. I learned a lot about human sociology and human behavior. I learned a lot about the internet. And I could utilize that to go back to project management or app development or anything else that I'm good at, and perhaps be able to continue my life. But at this point, I know that give me another month in the Wall Street Bet server, and they will be wishing me, hey, how are you doing today? And that's what I want. Once we're at that point, that's when we're cooking. Because then I'll be able to have a little huddle with them and be like, guys, I need your help. Just you guys are very connected on Reddit. Please, like, do is there anyone here who can help me put together some kind of post, and we all just get 25 people to upload. If we get 25 people to upload it, then I can go to the very part of Obama's not attending group and get them to get 25 people to upload it, and I can get the same for Yuka Chris Marty and Aiden Ross and all the other people I have, and we can have connections in the world. And that's all that needs to be done. If I were to, I say this, every day I think, how much money do I have to do this until I'm very well known. And mark my words, you're 39 today. By both your 40th and my 40th birthday, I think that we'll be right in our own tracks. I could be completely wrong. But I just see what I've grown. Like the first 2 years that I was on here, I didn't have much growth at all. Because I kept losing accounts, and it was hard for me to have any consistency. But creating the Discord, This allowed me to have more consistency and people be able to connect with me and all of the other things. And then just being, I mean, just a consistent person in all these other disciplines. Like every single day, somebody comes to me and says, I see you in 18 different disciplines a day, 4 different disciplines a day. You're in all these disciplines. How are you able to do it? And it's that's definitely a positive. And I have a feeling that the internet isn't that good. That I mean, I know it's very big. I get it, but at least in social media, if it's a social media, I'm on it, and I have a ton of accounts on it. So once like somebody sees me on, let's say Reddit or whatever, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this motherfucker spammed me on Twitter for 2 years. this guy spammed me on Kick every day for 9 months." Like there'll be all these people who know about me, but they just didn't know they were all in the same web or the same network. And then it'll be really good. There won't be an issue of like, do you know who this person is? The fact I will, I have things lined up kind of where I want them. From a troll perspective, the people who are going to troll me, I already kind of am in good graces with the trolls already. So it'll almost be like they're going to defend me because they're going to be like, no, he's a normal person. He's been live streaming. Yes, I see that. No, I don't. And I've got a couple other servers that I'm like that in. There's one called Tequila, and people will come in and be really mean to me. Well, they used to, I should say. I haven't been in a long time. And they will come in, and people will back me up, and they'll be like, hey, don't bother him. He's like, he's just doing his thing. Don't bother him. So long as he doesn't break any Discord rules, don't bother him. And I'm in this other one. You've been in it, Bias Playhouse. Those people are like, I've just become like a staple. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. They can watch me anytime, and it's just a matter of time. This thing is going to blow up. When it blows up, it's going to be like anything the world has ever seen before, and I think that's when it becomes very exciting. That's the first thing that I want to do. Is, I mean, of course, one piece is very important to me. And I'd love to say the first thing that I'm going to be able to do is stop all the noise, but I just don't think that that's realistic. But what I do think is realistic is me showing the struggles that I've had with technology and calling out the CEOs and the quality assurance teams and the the what would you call it? Like the people who ban you, and I'll be able to say like, here's a perfect example. We have 2 devices, exact same devices, exact same thing that they're showing. Why is it that this one got banned but this one didn't? Why? And if you can't give me a good reason, then you need to go back to the drawing board and overhaul everything and make sure that it becomes consistent because it's not fair. And another thing that I would say, I would call on, well, there are some things that I would really call on, at least the United States government to do. Not anything that I feel is very controversial. I don't think that it's right for people to be able to hit children, and I'm very serious about this. I think I could get every person in Congress to pass a piece of legislation to protect children against getting hit, especially by other people. First, let me just pass one recently. I don't know if you saw this, but basically, she passed a piece of legislation how to protect children about like if you're in a like some kind of a development home, like they shouldn't be able to hit you. And I want to expand that uh, to children boot camps where they're away from their phones and they can get really deep. Here's why. How hard is too hard when you hit the top? Good question. Exactly. 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 We're all different. We're all different sizes. Children are different sizes. Can I use a weapon? And if so, which ones? Which ones are allowed? Can I use a belt? Can I use a wooden spoon? Can I use a shoe? Can I can't go up to an adult and hit them with a belt, but I can my own child. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's never made sense to me, and I want to stop child abuse. I fortunately have not been someone who had to undergo some of the fear that other children have had to go through, but I'm going to stop it nationwide. Sweden was the first country to stop this in the 1970s, and it's like if they've been doing this for 50 years, why can't we consider? So that's a piece of that's a piece of legislation I would want to see passed, and I would be a major advocate for that. I know I can't change everything in the world, but I could focus on something. But really, it would be on technology and improvement of technology. One of the biggest things would be defaults. I would just say, why is it that when I start my computer up, that it just doesn't go to defaults very well? Meaning, um, like, or even my phone. Like, uh, my browser that generally knows what I want to do, but I have to set that all as a home page. A lot of these things are manual things that you have to do. And I just feel like there could be hey, we're AI. We know exactly what you do on a daily basis. You log into your computer, you check your email, and then you browse the internet or whatever. Do you want us to do this for you? And you can say no, but I feel like just having defaults for people would save people a lot of time. And another thing that I think could be done is updates to devices should be done in the background. I shouldn't be on my computer and all of a sudden it says, hey, we need to install an update, and then it could restart something. And that just happens far too often in society. And just little things like this, I could just almost like how Elon Musk tweets about things and then like they get done because the biggie brings attention to them. Oh, the rabbi tweeted about this or whatever, and it got attention. Another thing that I don't think is fair, like so for instance, um, if you want to hire someone in the United States, there are all kinds of legalities that you have to essentially adhere to, especially when it comes to discrimination. Like, you can't discriminate on people over 84. You can't discriminate against people based on their gender or most now you're but or like their sexual preferences or their race. Okay, but if you are a social media platform, you can. And the fact that the social media platforms are paying people, to me, makes them very similar to an employee. And so I feel that they should have to adhere to the same types of policies. Meaning, if we're looking at all of the people who you're banning, and they seem to be like in a protected class, you can get in trouble for that. The reason why I say this, I noticed this on some platforms, and I could be wrong, but there were like TikTok, I feel did not have when I was starting up in all of these different platforms. I just noticed that weren't that many African Americans on TikTok using TikTok or getting featured on my feed on TikTok. And I wanted that. I mean, I have a lot of black friends and I like black people a lot and I thought this was strange. And then I would go to Fido, which is another one that's similar, and it was like filled with African American people. And I would ask them, like, why aren't you on TikTok? You have really weird time. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. And it's like, well, it's a Chinese company that is basically like enforcing their own rules. But you couldn't do that in the United States. You couldn't just say, like, well, whatever this person said, like for instance, I think a lot of the African American community has gotten banned for the N word because it's used within that community colloquially. But if you use it on TikTok, you get banned. So that to me is unfair. And without going into the nuances of the hard R versus the A or anything like that, it's just not right to me that they could just choose a word and a word that is used a lot within one certain culture. And whenever that word is used, they can get rid of it. That to me is discrimination. There are other things that I don't like. I mean, really the big one I think that I will be with which I could be an advocate is the nipple, right? The nipple. The fact that with all things being equal, if you have a man with his shirt off at the beach, that's great content for TikTok and Instagram. If you have a woman do it, she loses the ability to provide for herself and her family. That is de facto discrimination. I don't like it. It's not that I want to see nipples. If I want to see nipples, I can see all the nipples that I want. I can look at my own nipples. I can look at the hottest chicks in the world's nipples. That's not the thing. It's the fact that it's like a computer making a determination as to someone's gender and discriminating against them. So those are some easy ones. I think that I might be able to change. The hard ones are, defense contractors and the Federal Reserve and that kind of stuff. Those are ones I don't think I'll be able to change. But I think I'd be able to make some, at least some good changes. Right? And at the end of the day, I think it's the killer. I know that every day you go my best to improve the world in my own way. And when you do that, that's a very gratifying aspect of your life. Feedback. Shout out to Mike. I'll be able to get
We've done that before. So now lots of people do it.
Could you actually speak to their stories? What's like the shape of yourself? What common themes? What how did like those stories change?
Remember, I said if you're just passionate self and passionate self. I think I can learn to create this passionate self. And we all have that capacity when we all have our way and people different than us, but you have to. I think I discovered and developed an ability to like put those aside in order to be able to study this. So it gets maybe harder in a way that you have to be proud against. So you have to try to remember what this is about. It's really horrible. If I want to constrict you and I don't want you to run away, then I want to make you think you can never go back to your village. And the best way for me to do that is to make you, force you to do something really, 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 really horrible that you could be almost incredibly believe you can never really go back. And it might be like something like what. And so just hearing people tell you that story, all the to the point, what was horrible about it is they did it so routinely that you'd be sitting there in an interview with somebody and they'd be telling you the story, and it's like the most horrible thing that could happen to you. But there's some voice in the back of your mind saying, okay, you really need to other things. I know how this goes. Like, you feel like, okay, I'm not learning anything new here. Like, there's some, meet people, feel the party that's like, yeah. But let's get on to the other thing. But I don't want to, but every day you have to go through that. Because you're trying to actually understand how to help people. You're trying to understand how that comes versus how they are. Some people get started, some people get started. And if you want to know how to help people, then you need to get to that. I wasn't trying to get to that for my selfish purposes, but I was trying to figure out, okay, you need to know what your symptoms are now.
Yeah. Thing about us. If you're surrounded by trauma, so it's not be ahead of you. Just go, yeah, I know exactly how this conversation goes. Skip ahead to the solutions, to the next.
So that was because you then have to do it. So it's very helpful if you come home with someone who's very done to the things that you do as a professional. I think really very, very good at mental psychology. The hardest thing, I mean, the organized crime stuff has been the hardest. But just figuring out how to get that information took us years of just trial and error, mostly error. Like just how to get people to talk to us, or how to collect data in a way that's safe for me and safe for my team and safe for people was strictly like how do you get the information on what things are doing in the community, how it's helping people, they can cover them through. All these things, and nobody knows how to do it. And so we have to sort of really slowly, not nobody, there's a few of them. I think there's other academics like me who are doing this, but there's a pretty small group that's trying to like collect systematic data. And then there's a slightly bigger and much more experienced group that's been talking to different groups. But every time you go to a new city, and there weren't that many people working on this information, a few, you have to like discover a new, like it's really going to be unique to that city place.
So there's not like a website for each of the stuff. There's no proof for people
There
who
is,
do
yeah,
that.
we have created like a bit of a project where we document everything, and it's a collaborative enterprise to come up with researchers and journalists. So we can't go online and see that.
That's individual newspapers. So it's not.
Yeah. Some of them have the Facebook pages and things of this nature, so they do have public profiles, but not so specific. No, so they're kind of stuff. Here's an example. So one of the things that we it's true in a lot of cities. It's true in American prisons is gangs govern everybody. So if you have in an American prison, particularly in Illinois, California, Texas is another big one, but also in a city like if you have a problem, you have to collect or dispute with a neighbor or something, you could go to the government and they go to the police. And so and that's like a really everyday thing. But then there's a question of how do you actually figure out what services they're offering, how much they pay for. Do you actually like those services? How do you comparison shop between the police and the gang? And what would get you to go from the gang to the police? And how's the gang strategically going to respond to that? And what was the impact of previous policies to make state government better? And how did gangs react? And so we have to sort of figure that out. That was just hard in a different way. But I don't do the mostly punishment stuff I couldn't do. So that's much easier.
By the way, on Jorge Ochoa, some of these folks are out of prison.
Yeah.
Are you getting a chance to talk to them?
One of my collaborators on this guy decided who spent a lot of time working on their page. So he's talked to more of these people about. I haven't talked to those. We haven't been talking, but also they were there in a different era.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
The system was totally different. That's super interesting. Maybe something. Yeah, that was 30 years ago, and the system were. I mean, without just Pablo Escobar created that. He integrated with all these 17 personas, all these beacons are the fragmented forming the remnants of his more unified empire, which he gave the name of the scene. I think it's a little bit apocryphal, but it is. I think he said that every doctor has an office, so should we.
I think I still love that there's parallels between these mafia groups and the United Nations Security Council. This is just wonderful. It's so deeply human. Let me ask you about yourself. Thinking about your in part dispassionately, just analyze the war and try to understand the piece. For you as a single individual that's going to die one day, maybe talking to the people that have gone through suffering. What do you think about your own mortality? How has your view of your own finiteness changed? Have you done
Maybe the reason I can do this work is because I don't think about it a lot.
your own mortality or even mortality?
Yeah, I have to think about death a lot. So,
but there's a way to think about that, like numbers and a calculation when you do geopolitical negotiations. And then there's like a dying child and a dying mother.
yeah, I guess I know I'm in a place where there's risk, and so I think a lot about minimizing any risk. But that I think about mortality enough that I just because I'm kind of an anxious person. I'm kind of a worrywart, like in a way, and so I'm really obsessive about making sure anything that I do is low risk. Yeah,
That then gives you something to focus on, numbers, the risk you calculate. And
Yeah.
yes, there's still the existential dread. Your risk minimization doesn't matter.
Yeah, I've never been in a life-threatening situation.
And that's somebody who, you sound like it's Alex Honnold that does the free climbing. He doesn't see that as threat. That sounds exactly the same. If you just said, I've never done anything as dangerous as this, people ride a scooter.
So I've actually been a rock climber for like 25 years with a long break. But I'm the same way. Rock climbing is an extreme sport if you're very careful. But free climbing is the opposite of that. But I mean, like, if you've got a rope that protects you that goes up, is like attached to 18 trees and goes back down. You're fine. Like this, and you wear a helmet. You're good. You're totally fine.
Yeah, but this is super safe.
No,
We're watching free climbing. I mean, because you're only going to put your hands and feet on sturdy rock, and then you know the path. And,
I know some people. I have some friends of college who do something totally practical. So I think it's totally. I think
even in that, by the way,
I can't even watch those movies because those freak me out too much. It's just too risky. Like I can't. I don't even. Yeah, for those things, I've never watched like Free Solo or anything. It's just too much.
Still not as dangerous as driving scooter. I'm not gonna look like that. So, but even in that, like risk minimization and what people do versus the sort of philosophical existentialist view of your own autonomy. This thing just ends. Like, what the hell is that about?
Yeah, I have this amazing capacity not to think about it. It comes to be a self-defense mechanism. My father-in-law, his father is a evangelical pastor. He's now retired, but and we would talk about when we were getting married. There was a girl that she was atheist or something. But hey, we love each other very much. It's fine now, but I only started discussing this because that was one of his questions for me. Well, how can you possibly believe that there's nothing left? Because that's just like too horrible to imagine. And we really never saw eye to eye on it. And my view was like, listen, I can't convince myself. I believe it or not, I can't convince myself otherwise. Anything else seems completely implausible to me. And for some reason, I can't understand. I'm at peace with that. Like, it's never bothered me that numbers are. And I understand the fact that people have angst about that and that they seek answers makes total sense to me. And I can't explain why that doesn't concern me or doesn't bother me.
But in that,
Maybe if I was worried, but if I was more worried about me, I don't know. But then again, I don't think there is. I don't know. But I minimize all sorts of risks. Like that. I minimize. I try to optimize like groceries and the fridge too. Like I do, I put things not in the way that
that's probably why you did it.
that might be true. That might be there's some selection in economics of
these cool stuff that they are. The other advice to young people that want to do as ambitious, as crazy, as amazing work as you have done in life. So somebody who's in high school or college, either career advice on what to choose, how to execute on it, or just life advice, how to meet random nature. Like maybe a dating advice.
it's easy. You have to fight those. And go to the things. You can't tell them about but in the practices class. No, I spent a lot of time writing with and one of the reasons is that I never got that. When I grew up, I went to state school in Canada, I loved it, but people didn't go on the trajectory that I went to there. I had some good advisors there, but I never got the kind of advice that this career. So I'm very concentrated in the colleges, I think, in the high schools. So I tried to democratize that. So that was one reason I started to walk. And a lot of that's really particular because every week I have students coming in my office and how to do international development work. I just spend a lot of time with people. They meet a lot of those. But
you have any specific questions? Like, what is it the country by country kind of specific questions? Or,
I think that they're all trying to do what I think is right. I don't have to give them a really basic piece of advice because they're all but they're trying to find a vocation. They're really interested, and what I mean by that is it's like a career where they find meaning, where their work is almost like superfluous because like they would do it for free, and they're passionate about, and they really find meaning. And then it becomes a little bit obvious. So scientists do that in the way, that's what there's people who are doctors and nurses. Like we all do our groups for other reasons, right? But they find like meaning. So I don't have to tell them whatever you do find meaning. And try to make a vocation something that you do for free amongst all of these many options. That's what I would tell it, but that's what I would tell high school students and young people in college.
sometimes it's hard to find.
Well, that's the other. It took me a long time. So I actually started off as an accountant. I practiced as a teacher for a few years. So I did not.
That's if you wake up in the morning excited to be alive.
I was miserable. I found it by accident. It's a really different story, but I landed in this job in a where I started account. I was miserable. I was totally miserable. And I hated it. And I was becoming a miserable person. And so I eventually did quit. I did something different. I was that but then I was in private sector, and I actually took me trial and error. I actually had to try on like 3 or 4 or 5 careers before I found like this mixture of academia and activism and research and international development.
And so did you know that this was right when you found this kind of international development? It's academic context too.
The key lesson was just trial and error. If you feel it feels right.
It's okay. Step one is trial and error. But until it feels right, because it often feels right, not perfect.
Yeah, it's true. Right enough. I mean, I was really intellectually engaged. Like, I was learning about it. I wanted to read more. In some sense, like, I was in town, but I was reading about, like, world history and international development in poor countries in my spare time. Right? And so it was like this hobby, and I was like, wait a second, I could actually do that. I could, like, research up and even write things for those books. And that's kind of what I did from 5 years later. That didn't occur to me right away. I didn't know it was possible. This is the other thing people do. People do their 9 to 5 job and then they find meaning in what they do. Their family, hobbies, and that was my social media. And that's a great part too. Like, it's not all this thing about we should find it. It really should describe what you do. And that's not entirely true. Everyone in my family does their job and there's a lot of fulfillment of it. But I think it's not. That's a different kind.
It's good to take the leap and keep trying stuff. You don't want to fall with the leap and what's a minimum.
Yeah. The hardest part is it's not easy after that. But now I take this to a lot of, one of the people, one of the reasons I discovered your podcast or really is Tyler Cowan. Yeah, kind of takes this approach to everything. He takes this approach to movies. Yeah. He's walk into the movie theater after half an hour if you don't like the movie. And
you know who probably is? I don't know what I would say is he's probably somebody that goes to a restaurant. If the meals is not good, I can see him walking away.
Yeah.
Like paying for it, walking away.
Yeah. And doing something there. That's exactly right. And I thought that was kind of crazy. I was the person, I would never just put a book down halfway. And I would never start watching. But then I convinced my wife, we lived in New York when we were single initially. Sorry, no, when we were childless. And we lived in New York. There's all this culture and theater and stuff. And I just said, let's go to more plays, but let's just walk out after the first act if you don't like it. And she thought that was crazy. And I said, no, here's the logic. Here's what God says. And then we started doing it, and it was so freeing and glorious. We just take so many more chances on things. And we would, and if we didn't like it, we were walking on stuff all the time. And so I think I did that. They're realizing that that's how I just kept quitting my job and trying to find something else with like some risk.
But that's how war started. You need to commit it. Otherwise, no.
That's a different kind of commitment problem. It's a different commitment problem.
But some of it, I'm sure there's a balance. Because I mean, the same things happen with age and all those kinds of things. there's some value to sticking it out. Some of the, like, maybe, don't leave us with good good stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
Now,
yeah. Well, I don't know. When I met Lee, she was very, very relationship with me because I explained to her I hadn't had a relationship longer than 2 or 3 months, 11 years. And so she thought this person got serious. And I said to her, I said, she tells us this is what she tells you. She says, I didn't believe him when he said, I just, after 2 or 3 months, you can't try to fix that. Because I really just, I would just decide if it was over. So, and I walked away. So I took this approach to dating. As soon as I thought it wasn't you know, and then I decided with her that this was it. This was going to work. And then I never, and she didn't believe me. She believed
finally got it right. Okay, this is an incredible conversation. Your work is so fascinating, just in this big picture way, looking into comfort and growth and chickpeas, especially in this time of the Ukraine war. I really, really, really appreciate you calmly speak to me about some of these difficult ideas, explain them. You sit down with me and have this amazing conversation. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with me. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, let me leave you with some well-known, simple words. I know not if it was like World War III with your folks, but World War IV if you caught with sticks and stones. Thank you for listening. Good to see you next time.
I was on the run for 4 months, stole $600,000. I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. One day, I stole $160K out of 18 years. Went in the next morning, I woke up, signed on CartersMarket.com, which was read by Max Butler, the houseman. And there was my name, U.S. Control. That gets your attention. It was my real name with the U.S. Control side of it. Nobody knew my real name and anybody at all, but they looked at it. They was talking about me being part of the Secret Service, which never fits everything else. So, of course, they're all out there. So everybody's an extra.
The following is a conversation with Fred Johnson, former cyber criminal who built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's Darknet and Darknet podcast. He's referred to by the United States Secret Service as, quote, the original godfather. He has been the central figure in the cybercrime world for 20 years, placed on the U.S. most wanted list in 2006 before being convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, escaped from prison, and then eventually being locked up, served his time, and now is helping people understand and fight cybercrime. This was a raw, honest, emotional, and real episode. Brett has caused a lot of pain to a lot of people, and yet his own story is full of trauma and pain, and also redemption. This is a good time to say that I have and will talk to people who have served time in prison, perhaps people who currently are in prison. I will try to do my best to both empathize with the person across from me and not let them sugarcoat, explain away, or dismiss the crimes they committed. This is a tough line to walk, because if you close your heart to the other person, you'll never fully understand their mind and story. But if you open the heart too much, you can be manipulated to where the conversation reveals nothing honest and real. This requires skill and willingness to take the risk. I don't know about the skill part, but I'd like to take the risk. I always wear my heart on my sleeve. If I get hurt for it, that's life. As I've said, I want to understand what makes a person do these crimes, the particular characteristics of their temporary or permanent madness, their justification, but also their humanity. I believe each of us has the capacity to become both criminal and victim, predator and prey. It's up to us to avoid these paths, to find the path to redemption. It's on each of us. It's our responsibility regarding being human, complicated, and dangerous world. This is the Let's Freedom Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Brett Johnson. You were convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006, escaped from prison. You built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's darknet and darknet markets. And for all this, the U.S. Intelligence Service called you the original Internet Godfather. The first question is, how did your career as a cybercrime criminal begin?
My life of crime begins when I'm 10 years old, man. Think about that. We would probably play robots when you were 10. Usually kids with a Lego bit get involved in sports, everything else. And, with me, it wasn't like that. With me, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is one of these, it's like parts of Texas, parts of Louisiana, that you're not fortunate enough to have a job. You may be involved with scam, hustle, fraud, whatever you want to call it. That was my parents. My mom was basically affecting the entire fraud industry. So this is a woman that at one point she's steering a 108,000-pound Caterpillar V9 bulldozer, driving it down the road. At another point she's taking a slip and fall in the convenience store trying to sue the owner. We had a neighbor. She acted as a pet for at one point. That's my mom. Dad.
The neighbor acted.
My mom prostituted. She acted as a pet for a neighbor. Her name was Debbie. My mom used to sell her house. If we needed money, and my mom would find men for her to sleep with for cash. She'd take a part of the cash.
So it sounds like she diversified the methodologies by which she hustled.
Very. That entrepreneur. We see that a lot with cybercrime.
So what was the motivation for her? Is it money? Is it basically the rush playing with the system of being able to know the rules and break the rules and get away?
My mom's a company expert. She knows these. My mom was the individual. She's still. My mom was the individual who tested me. She wanted to know how far she could abuse you and you come back and still love her. So, and that was with every relationship she's ever had. She don't mean she was involved in it. She would abuse the children, the abuse. She would
Psychological, physical.
oh, it was mental, emotional, physical, everything. She used to beat me in the against with belt buckles. And that ended when she was, I forgot what we had done. It wasn't much. I think that it may have been the part where she accused me of stealing her marijuana. But she was hitting me in the face. We were living in a single wide prison. She was hitting me in the face. We were on the man trying to get away from her. The mace kicks her through a closet. Is what happens. And Denise stands up and she said, "You're a true idiot." And that was the last time I fought
So I'm sorry to take us there. You're the people who know you. You should definitely watch some of your lectures online. You're extremely charismatic and fun, jolly, and whatever you want to use. But if you look at that kind of life, there's darkness there. There's struggle there.
There's a lot of.
So, if you, how did you feel? If you go back to the mind of the kid you were with your mom, was there sadness? Was there things like depression, self-doubt, all those kind of things? Or did you see this crime, this chaos, as ultimately exciting?
Back then I didn't do it as exciting. Now it becomes exciting when I start being involved in cybercrime. But back then it was simply a means to an end. It was like, so you take a 10-year-old kid, way I get involved in crime. Is like I said, my mom was a foster. My dad was a good guy. He just forgot he was this good guy. And he always had his principles. But his do something, commit crime, cheat on, whatever, he pretty much just put up with it. The one instance, so this woman she used to bring down home, telling me, hey, I'm leaving you. I don't love you anymore. I want you to die. Blah, 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 blah. This was not normal. Uh, there were two instances when a man where he can't take it anymore. In the first instance, I guess I was 7 or 8. My sister and nieces are younger. My dad actually files for divorce. Files for divorce at that point. My mom kind of goes crazy. My dad dies with my dad. My sister was with my dad because that stuff is like a mentality. Men stay with men, women stay with women. So he was filing for divorce. Me and my dad, we were living in an apartment. My mom was living with her grandparents and her parents, bouncing back and forth between the two. And I remember I was sleeping in the bed. We had a single light bed. My dad slept on the sofa. I woke up one night and there was some sort of ruckus in the living room. So I wake up and I walk in the living room, and my mom has a knife to my dad's throat. And basically, we're not going to start my son. My mom was this individual that when she knew she went so far, so she was always this person that tested. What can I do this to you? She knew that she was always also this person that if she went too far, she knew it, and she would always try to divert that into something else. Right? So she knew at that point she went too far. So what does she do? She gets up, crying, goes to the bathroom, and pretends to slit her wrists so that my dad, Ray, will respond to that, not respond to what she's just done to her. That was my mom in a nutshell. She had a history of this. Motivations as far as driving her. I think with her, it was, she was an LPN. She had a very good nurse, but she didn't want to work as a lot. So with her, it was easier for her to commit fraud. I say commit fraud, it was against businesses, against people. I remember at one point she was buying over-the-counter capsules, and they'd give the capsules out for another crap in there, selling it at speed to have people buy it. No, she did anything she could. And of course, I get involved with that. What happens is we were in East, we were Panama City at that point, and my mom leaves my dad. I guess she left my great-grandfather. My mom tells all 3 of us, hey, I'm taking the kids, we're going back to Eastern Kentucky to attend the funeral. Well, that was her leaving. Me and Denise didn't know. She looked like a petty while she stows her clothes in the trunk of the car, and she leaves my dad. I don't see my dad again for I think 5, 6 years. My mom, like I said, she was pretty young. And she would sit there and cry, beg her not to do it. She'd do whatever. When she leaves him, she kept up that. So we were living at my grandparents' house. My grandfather, he had been living in the house. He had raised the house up and built apartments underneath it. So me and my sister and my mom lived in one of the apartments underneath. But that whole side of the family was just my granddad, Paul, he would. This is a man that he didn't want you to eat any of his food. So there's no such thing as being at least stores to eat. If he found out that he was taking a bath, we were allowed to bath and bathe in 2 inches of water. One time a week because we didn't have to pay for what? There's rules. The rules. You know, you couldn't have the TV on. When he went to bed at night, he had to have the television. The guys would watch it, but to that thought, because he heard it, he would kick out. This is the family. Especially my mom. She used to leave me at the basic home for days. She would, party. I mean, sometimes she would in the car. Sometimes we would wait in the living room, but she wouldn't party every day. Most times she left us at home. And my entry of the crime. Denise walks in one day. She's 9 years old. She walks in one day and she's got a pack of Coke Shots. Looked at her and I said, where'd you get that? She said, I stole it. It's like show me how you did that. She takes me over. She shows me how she steals food, how she's stuffing it down her pants. So we start stealing food. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do that shit. So start stealing food, and we get to the point where we want a sandwich. You can't stuff a loaf of bread down your pants. So there was a Kmart in the shopping center. I go over to Kmart, get a hoodie off the rack, take the tags off of it, wear it out, and just and the way you steal bread is you put the hoodie over your shoulder, stuff the bread down the sleeve, you walk out with it. So we started doing it.
I just do that out.
Just fall back.
So there's like strategic thinking.
Yeah, so, you can't wear the hoodie and put the bread down here because you mash the bread. You sit down.
Yeah, you have to think through it.
You got to think through it. But you got to realize at this point, I'm not going to be safe.
So that kind of puzzle solving is something you were
They're pretty young. Yeah, 10 years are pretty young. But seeing how they act, my mom, I guess you call it, they never kept me from the kids. There was no discussion behind closed doors about that.
and from your young mind's perspective, seeing that kind of crime, you basically, a lot of us kind of grow up thinking rules are not to break. If you see other humans breaking those rules, then you realize those rules are just really weird.
But it gets worse. I was in a big environment where there were no decent people. I didn't really be my first decent person until I was 16 years old. That was a high school teacher. So what happens is when we start shoplifting people, my mom finds out that it's good stuff. And she joins us. She said, she joins us. Yeah, she comes in. I got the television. I got the hard play the hell out of it. And she starts seeing this shit. Where'd this come from? Well, we found it. I can find that. The police stands up. We stole it. My mom showed me how you did that. And she gets her mom too to join. And she used to run me places as if shoplifters. We'd take, we'd steal stuff for her. We would distract security, and her and my granddaughter would steal stuff. They got caught. But that's the entry into crime. Denise, I'm happy. I kind of mean it. The truth is, I say, and I do mean it, that I'm responsible for my choices as an adult. Right? I believe that when you're a child, you can't control that. The adults in your environment control what you do. Right? Once you're an adult, though, your choices are yours. Now, that being said, there's some, you can't dismiss that childhood influencing who I did as an adult. You can't do that. I mean, it was kind of written on slate that, hey, this guy's going to be this guy.
That's it. Like sometimes that one person you meet, that DC person, can turn the tide.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what happens is the abuse, everything continues on. When I'm 15, my dad was in animosity from my mom in War Castle, Kentucky. She was dating this guy. My mom was this guy, this woman. The abuse it was crazy. It was crazy stuff. She would tell me and my sister that she gave up her life for us, that she was going to leave one day and we found her dead in the ditch someplace. She'd go out and date these men. She'd come back and she'd talk about how these men were abusing her. So she'd be dating this guy. And she'd come back and she'd start talking about how he was trying to rape me, trying to get me to respond. And I would respond. Make no doubt I would respond. But what happens is, and I knew this, I don't know if I knew it was abusing that, but I knew things were fucked up. And, I was talking to my dad in Kansas City, and I really had in my head that it was good. I called my dad. I was stepping into me and my cousin's group to see as a group chat. And it came out. So I called my dad. It was Sunday. I called my dad. And he got married. He was basically Brett Johnson's son. We stayed in the house. had to call the doctor paper, but the result that I was walking to into a hospital, got me an elevator. The woman got an elevator at the same time, and I slipped and beat the hell out of it right there. And I was 15. Didn't really know what was going on. Danger. Yeah. Beat the hell out of this lady. Turned out she looked like somebody. So the elevator was one of the security guards. I played basketball with his son. So he saw me immediately. I knocked the hell out of him, took off running, made it back to the house where my grandparents were. They didn't know what had happened, so I didn't say anything. About an hour later, I just said, please, they pulled up. And, two of them get out. I'm sitting in the front porch in the house. So they start walking up. I started walking around the house. I just understand what it is. You knew what they were. They put the arrest Brett Johnson. They arrested me for the that. So 3 months of early jail, get me out of juvenile facilities. I killed me, so I spent 3 months in solitary. Went to trial. Pled guilty. We filed the first degree. The judge sentenced me to time serving psychiatric evaluation. It's really it's like 30 days of recovery. So you have cancer after that. And what to do with it. So then I had cancer, and I became this pariah in the family. It's crazy. How the day goes by, I don't think about it. That moment, yeah. And what happens here is, you're 15. You're 15. So I go back to the high school that I was in. This piece of shit. Everybody outcast. Everybody. So I moved. We moved. We were in high school together. I finished up the year there and moved to back to Perry County, where we just were hazard there. So we moved there, and they've got 3 high schools. They've got MC Major, they've got Hazard High School, they've got Dos Mountain High School. So I was within Anthony School within half mile of MC Major. Showed up there the first day of school, and I met me and my brother and sister were walking into the school, and the kids looked like the kids stayed out there. He's not coming. So from this first grade, like my precious spot was good. So from there, we went out to the city school in Hazard. And the principal tells my mom, the niece can come. He can't. So my mom was raised, no, let's just take me to the Sunday school. So the Sunday school was like 15 months away. And country school, high. So I go there and they accept. And I walked in the first day, and this English teacher, named Carol, I walked in, and we didn't pay ground. She was a whole new teacher. She heard this voice, and that was the way she explains it. She heard this voice. And she looks up, and she was like, son, have you ever done a drama before? No, ma'am, but I'm interested in the academic scene. It's a quick recall. Right? She was like, no. Wrong. No, I'm not interested in theater. I'm interested in what she was hell of the drama and everything. So the deal was, tell you what, you can go with academics if you start with theater too. I was like, okay. So what happened? She's the first decent person I met. She became this kind of surrogate other people. So under her tutelage, they were the high school that I came from was the first time the high school came to Guinness. She told me I was talking to her about a year ago. And, she told me, she's like, Brad, she said that first week against Pittsburgh, she said the captain came in and looked at you and said, "Oh, you got Johnson boy on your team?" And she said, "My response was that Johnson boy is." So, but his dad event with the theater, and my senior year, I won Best Actor and Actress and stuff. Only got everything else. So, did pretty well. Did pretty well. Had scholarships coming out of high school and everything else. The idiot. I feel like manufacturing. You can make a hell of all the many things you can do. You make a hell of a actor. I'm very good at it. Very good.
And you were active freshman year?
I'm not freshman. We've done this. What happened? So I turned down the stuff. It's scared me. So I started thinking about it. And the community college that hires a new theater director in California, he knew the guy that ran the San Jose State. Edward Henry. And his claim to fame, he had written for three digits. Look at that. The three little digit kids back in the 80s, he had written this for them. And it was shit. So he advised Ed Emanuel to come back and see his play. And have written civic plays. So we put that on. I was the So Ed sees the show and he's like, scholarship. Look, he said, right now you're a big fish in a small pond. We make you a big fish in a big pond. I said, deal. So I took the scholarship. And he was like, I'll be back in 2 weeks. So he flies out. 2 weeks later, this guy flies back in. He drives down to the I'm not shooting ball with my cousin's friends. He pulls up and he gets out of the car and I was like, walk over to him and he's like, hey man, walk in with my parents. He's like, no, I got it. I was like, okay. So I keep shooting ball. He walks in the house. Stays about 15 minutes. Walks out, why does he shoot? Doesn't say a word to me. Gets in the car. Leaves. I don't hear from him. I have no idea. Takes me a couple of weeks. What happened is, my mom, he walks in and introduces himself. My mom pulls a knife at me. I would kill him. You and I would still my goddamn son. Scares the guy to death. And kind of broke my spirit with that. You know, it's like, so went into this group of into scams. And I had already been in trying to say that. I mean, I've already been kind of brought up inside the family to the time. We did it. Drug trafficking, that stuff. Illegally mining coal, charities. Legally, yeah, why would that be coal? So you find out, yeah, that's so. To properly mine coal, you have to permit, right? Eastern Kentucky, a lot of people don't, they can't afford the permits. You know, they can jump a piece of equipment, you get a picture of it. So you start mining, but you don't get the permit. So you're going to have to find and do the, you know, pay. Back then it was like $3,500 for a 2-acre permit, or $5,000 for a 2-acre permit. But you strip mine the coal on that, then you have to pay for the reclamation. So once you uncover the pit, take the coal out, cover that up the pit, sow grass, make sure you have $20, silk pond, everything else.
So what I did is you buy a land for somebody rent, and you can, it's all processors for very big tires. We need people involved in mining. The smallest number of people required for a mining operation.
You can do it with 2 or 3 people. Okay, so you've got your motor operator, you've got your laser operator. You can farm out the trucking, just so you can trucking company. You got your whoever is express. Very few people can run an operation that is profit driven as long as you don't have to do the and the reclamation is pretty expensive. So if you're uncovering a pit of coal, so you know, a pit, so a ton of coal is basically about 36 cubic inches. This one, 2,000 pounds, for a couple of days, because of that. The battery is coal.
I think you know this.
fact that you know exactly the volume of the chemical, I mean, yeah, you learn this shit, right? You read this shit off. Anyway. So you uncover the pit, and you've got 7 pits. Well, the thing is that we're going to sell it. We sell it to these other coal pickers that knows that their time is really legal. So back then, a ton of coal was, I think you got 36 bucks. And you'd have to go out and you'd test the BTUs, and you take samples from that, test the BTUs you take. Very simple unit. So you test how what BTU the coal was, how pure the coal, how pure the coal is, what BTU burns at. Back then, a good BTU the flat-burn coal, $36 a ton. You take that sample over to the coal tipper, they say that you buy this way, and they coach you, all right, tons you got this way. What you got? Break the company. And when you get it out, because you got the agent centers and they're looking for you by this point because people that you bought some rights to do it. You said you're going to give them $2 for this. Well, there are other people there. Are you paying them off? Or are you not? Or if you're not paying them off, guess what? They know your guys' mining is illegally. You're going to report you. Well, all of a sudden, you've got all these inspectors that are coming in and everything, and they know what you're doing. So they're looking for you to get the pit out. So when do you get the pit out? Right? Dead of night. You're looking up 2 o'clock in the morning, hauling his ass out. Right? So, can you mind when? Yep. Yeah. And you think you work for mine, you're getting the younger, about a minute later, let it over, and turn off the pit. So this is the lifestyle you go up to. You know how to do this. So we have the charity thought as well, which was charity thought. We break down some of these are charity thought, it's much more work. Basically, standing beside the road with a sign and a bucket, taking a collection to homeless shelters for abuse children with children, stuff like that. But later on, so charity programs and do some telephone. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. But actually, can we just step back and talk about your mom, your dad, given all the abuse, the complex ways that she played with you out. Let's see how far she can push you and any people around her who is still love her. Today, do you love her? You don't have to call the dad. My dad, he's bad. He's got a heart. Fix it. Like, ready to go. I looked at it and said, I'm 52 now. Prior to 52, I didn't know my husband needs to do this. But I looked at him and was like, I understand. You're done. And, so you're not going to get the operation. Stop to do this when you ask me. Like, have you seen this? He's like, no. And I told him, I love my mom, but mom is not a good person. She was not. He told me this happened on the phone yesterday. And he told me that it took him several years to really understand. Yeah, he loves her too, but it takes you get an abuse like that, especially with that man, takes a good family, everything else, and an upstanding thing. I think when you're a victim of abuse, you've never seen it before, you've never encountered it, and it happens. When you have that flag and water, I would say, you have to gradually increases until everyone else sees what's happening. I grew up in that environment, so it took me a long time to come to terms with it. My sister came to terms with it long before I did. My sister, she's been a decade. She tried to commit suicide. What got me so bad is she said that she always thought someone was going to hurt themselves. And my response, and just the immediate response, not even thinking about it, my response was, well, he's going to help write books. And looking at things now, I think that's where our paths diverge. Me, it was, I want to do it. You guys want to take care of it. So you're on your own. You're wrong. It's up to you. This has always been that child that is expected to. Well,
and I'm saying it's all going to be okay. Somebody,
Yeah, you
unless you,
unless you make it, it ain't going to be okay.
are you able to forgive?
My battery over 2 years, I started this legal career. I've been the guy who has I spent a lot of time thinking about my past and those choices I've made, why those choices ran. So I'm thinking about taking responsibility for my actions. It's really important to do that. And my mom, not so much. So I was talking to her, I would start saying, she would start the conversation talking about she didn't understand why I was going to speak to her. That was one of her tropes. So, and my response started to become, well, because you were the abuser and you spent your life doing it to her, so it's more healthy for her not to talk to you.
She's still not able to see the flaws in her ways of the past.
So my ultimatum for mom was, look, if you're able to admit that you refuse to see the world, accept that responsibility, and be able to discuss it with me, we have to talk. Other than that, I'm not talking. So for the first year, it was calling, cussing my wife out, cussing me out. Uh, I don't need you, I don't know. And then finally it started to take off. She's like,
Your dad died. What do you take from the way he's taken on that? Just saying, okay. It's the man. And what have you learned? What do you learn?
he's one of these guys that, I told my dad about the abuse and everything else. And, there was a point, so, I told you about the abuse. But before that, it was, it took me 40 years to talk about that. But it also took me 40 years to, talk about, there was a point that my mom and dad would leave the house and I would urinate on the floor. All right. And so I did. But I would. Because I'm a this is like from about, right? That really ties the room together. I was talking about that. This lady protected me for the presentation. And she had a career previous to that. And she dealt with abuse kids. And she told me, she's like, what? She's like, it's a control mechanism. The only control you have is that. And she's like, kids do that. And I was like, so I'm not going to beat. She's like, no, you're not unique with me. So that, this whole history of abuse, Denise dealt with it by suicide, things like that. We find she escaped from the kid who did it. And not only that, the wife pointed out to me that, again, it's that Eastern Kentucky mentality stuff. The male's expected to do things. So with me, it's almost like I stepped up to take part in those crimes so that Denise could look after. And she was able to do it all. Other than doing shoplifting stuff, Denise doesn't do it all. She goes out there. She's a good parent. She's an angry parent. She's a good parent. She's a teacher, good citizen. I was just the guy that kept running her.
I'm going. Let me ask you about that. Your life as a single I'm describing some of the things you did or knew about. You said, well, I once stole $7,000 worth of coins and family tried to sell them to put a new roof on their home. Another time, I sent a counterfeit cashier's check to a victim and he ended up being arrested for it. I lied to family, friends, everyone knew I was a truly despicable person. True. One of my Ukrainian social script had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured. He posted pictures of it online. Another member, Iceland, used to flood his enemies in their mattresses with child pornography and call the police. That's some stories. Can you tell some of these stories that stand out to you that are particularly despicable or representative representative and interesting when you look back that defined your approach and who you were. Let me say that I did not care about my family. I cared about this what I cared about. It's rough to you know, that, you don't give a shit what you do with anybody else or whatever else. But that's the truth of the matter. The lady, that wasn't even at the beginning of my career as a cyber criminal. That was right at the last step. It was the point. I was by that point, Shadow Crew had made the front cover of the August of 04. October 26th of 04, Signature Percent. Shut us down, 33 people arrested, 6 numbers in 6 hours. I was the guy that was publicly mentioned as getting away. What happened was I was the guy who was, I had kind of invented this crime called tax return. I was stealing a lot of money. I went throughout the state savings. Shadow Crew gets struck out. I don't have any way to come in with any money, so I start running kind of the cashier's jobs. Defrauding people, having them send products to bullion collections, what have you, by COD, delivering out payments with a kind of cashier's job. This lady was on eBay. She had been collecting these silver coins all of her life. You know, US currency used to be, the coins used to be silver. So she had a whole collection of these things, like about 80, 90 pounds of stuff. And I'm a very good central engineer. So I convinced her when I was getting the person that you know, I sent it to CUD, you can use my FedEx account to do that, my UPS account to do that. I'll pay with your cashier's check, take it in, same as cash. She believed that. She was even on the ad, we talked to the phone and everything. She told me she was a single parent, and that was the money that she had to put a roof on the house for her kids. And I didn't give a damn. I didn't give a damn. What's more important was being there. Can I ask you a question about the social engineering? So maybe it's specifics like the methodology, email, to phone. Maybe you could discuss this process from a bigger philosophical perspective of what is it about human beings that makes them possible to be socially engineered, to be victims of fraud. So first let me say that I became a social engineer as a child because the adults in my environment as a child, I had to know exactly what they were thinking and be able to try to manipulate that for survival. So I became a social engineer for survival initially. Right? And one of the things that I've seen with a lot of cyber criminals is the exact same thing. They're really experts. They become social engineers as a child, and later on, they use those tools to make things. Which is fascinating because in order to understand what others are thinking, you have to be extremely good at empathy. So you have to like really put yourself in the shoes of the other person. And yet, in order to do so, the crime, you have to not care about the pain that might cause them. So you have to empathize and yet not care exactly. And I would argue that is not sociopath. Because a cyber criminal is no different. Most cyber criminals justify those actions. So the justification becomes what's important. With me, the justification is my different from a wife, different from a stripper girlfriend. So when I believe those things, yeah, that's just so bad because I care about love a lot. Yeah. So the big picture is trust. How do you establish trust with a potential victim? I would argue online that trust is established through a combination of technology, tools, and social engineering. So we trust our tech, we trust our cell phones, we trust our laptops. Sometimes we don't understand how they operate. We trust the news that comes across the line. We trust the phone numbers that show up. We trust IP addresses that advanced IP address. Criminals use tools to manipulate us. Phone numbers, as repeated once, whatever that may be, whatever the tool. And that lays a base level of trust. That point is shooting the social engineering and play whatever story that is. You know, manipulate that victim to act not out of reason, but out of emotion. So this is fascinating about the way humans interact with the world, which is you're almost too afraid to not trust them. You have to find a balance. There's a lot of conspiracy theories now about distrusting institutions, thinking like everything around us. It's like you're listening to people who believe that Earth is flat, and that conspiracy theory is fascinating to me because it basically says that you can't trust anybody, right? That, like everything is. So that's one. You can live that life. You can live a life where you're just naively trusting everything. And we as humans have to, because that life is kind of full of happiness if nobody screws you over. Right. Because you meet people with joyful heart, you get excited and all that kind of stuff. But if you do that too much, you're going to get burned. So to find some kind of balance in terms of optimizing happiness, where you trust, but verified, and on the internet that it becomes tricky. You're almost too afraid to just trust everything because you never get anything done right on the internet. And if you trust too much, you can get screwed over. And so the social engineering comes in where you're like, I'm not sure if I should trust this. You kind of help them build the narrative as it's good. It's good.
So in a lot of times, that social engineering is just feeding into what the victim wants to be doing. It's not really coming up with a story at all. It's just knowing what that victim is, what the motivations of that victim is, feeding into it. So you have to, again, that social engineer has to almost immediately know what's driving that person. If I'm working on a phone, talking to somebody on the phone, I have to know within seconds what I need to say, how I need to act, customer service there, or who we're talking to.
So fascinating because you truly are empathizing with the other person. What's this businessman Steven Schwarzman? I've talked to a few times. He mentioned this thing that you know the way you build deep relationships is you really kind of notice the things that people are telling you, like what they want and what they're bothered by, what are the big problems in their lives. Because everybody's saying that all the time.
Right. But if you take the time to listen, you know somebody that works. Absolutely. Then you have to be able to dismiss it. You're looking for that just to see how I can manipulate that, is what you're trying to do. So the lady was one story, another truly despicable story. We'll get to school in a second, but another truly despicable story. We were one of the really first groups that started fishing clubs. So that is a social engineering attack.
PH, by the way.
Yes, PH. That's another social engineering attack. That's sending that fake email out that looks like it's coming from the website or your advisor organization or whatever. Saying, hey, we've got a security problem. We need you to take your account information. But back then, no one had ever seen phishing attacks. So you would ask for all the information. You were getting just complete identity profiles on a phishing email. Nowadays, you can't do that. Nowadays, you can basically credentials because evidence for phishing. But back then, it was complete information. We had fished out 200,000 E-Trade accounts. That's what we had to log in password, login password, complete social, date of birth, account. So we had access to those E-Trade accounts. E-Trade initially had no security in place. So you could cash out the account, ACH the money out to whatever account you wanted to, with your just fine. Ate them alive on that for 4 seconds. E-Trade got to a point where they didn't do any ACH money. They locked everything down. You're still sitting on thousands of E-Trade accounts. How do you make money?
Good question.
Yeah. So what you do, you find some fat guy, this guy's retirement, and invested in blue chips. Same time, you find a penny stock. You open up a brand new account. Buy into that penny stock, cash the back that out, buy into that same penny stock, but the duck schemes all of a sudden. So you're destroying people's retirement accounts for just a few $1,000. Bad. And of course, E-Trade's response is, not our problem. It's your problem. You shouldn't give up your password or what have you. And you still see that issue today with seller scams and things like that.
Which scam?
The sale, so the instant payment
So it's the same kind of operation, same kind of different with the system mechanism.
You find an easy way to exploit the system and typically the financial organization. Not our problem. Our system's secure. It's the humans. It's their hackers. Well, not really. You've got some culpability. You're just trying to avoid a culpability.
One of the things, just to stay in fishing for a bit, is it really makes me sad because there's been people on all kinds of platforms, like, including YouTube comments, but emails too. They figured out emails. So people are now seeing the followers of just podcast or fans, or finding them on platforms like LinkedIn, YouTube, and so on, and they are figuring out ways to get to those people by another channel, which I suppose it seems more authentic to those people. So they send them an email from what looks like me with this kind of loving. It's an interesting thing. Emails sound like something they write. But these are, at this stage, it's not even, it doesn't feel automated. Or if it's automated, it's there's a human in the loop that's really fine tuning. Maybe I'm going to forget people, but it's very loving in the way I would write.
Well, and so think about it, right? So when phishing first comes out, you could look at the language of the text or the website and say, yeah, if you pay attention, that's so okay. So that's not an English speaker. But as time has went on, as the awareness of what phishing attack looks like, we have people who are sitting back now making sure that nothing's wrong. It gets worse than that if you look at business email compromise. Right? So the way business email compromise typically works is the attacker will find a payroll person. He will fashion a spear phishing, that's a phishing attack that's targeting one specific individual. So he'll fashion a spear phishing email. The way he does that is he pulls all the information he possibly can on that person. Let's see. Maybe he'll spear that CEO just to get the login credentials to your email, just to read the emails. And then he'll start reading all these emails. He'll specifically read the emails to the payroll department, see what that relationship is. Are they talking about their kids? Talking about relationships, talking about vacation. What are they talking about? How are they friendly? Are they sterile? What do they do? Right? So then he decides, well, I'm going to go and spearfish the payroll department. So then he spearfishes over and gets those credentials. At the same time, he creates a Unicode domain in whatever the company name is. Okay? So instead of that English alphabet I, he's got that Russian letter that looks like an I, but the dot on top. Right? Goes back into the email. Payroll. Blocks the real CEOs. Replaces that with the Unicode email that he's got, and then sends out a message using the correct language, the correct relationship, everything else. It says, hey, if you're updating our account status, I need you to send this payment. So over here, they've set up a new account, send all payments over here. But that is basically compromised in a nutshell. Works great.
Probably the larger the organization, the more susceptible to that kind of attack, because there's like a distribution responsibility where you're more likely to believe that, oh, okay, this other person is responsible. I'm sure they secure their absolute. I'm okay with this.
So that's business email compromise. And those crimes, that's one of the things you see about cybercrime. Cybercrime is not really sophisticated. It's not. The attacks are not sophisticated. The stat is 90% of every single attack uses a known expert. It's not the stuff, it's not the zero-day attacks. They're out there. If you're a criminal waiting on the zero-day profit, you're going to start with that. The meat of the potatoes are 90% known experts.
And then the rest is, when you're saying it's, maybe you mean it's not technically sophisticated, but it's social engineering sophisticated.
Very sophisticated. Very sophisticated.
It's fascinating study of
That's establishment of trust and then using that trust to defraud. That's
I wish, obviously, all of these folks are really good at hiding. I wish you could tell their stories in a way, which is why you're fascinated because you're able to tell these stories now. It is studying human nature by exploiting it. You get there's also the weak points and the failures of digital systems and at scale humans have to connect. Right. It's fascinating. It's a weird question. Um, uh, is spearfishing itself illegal? What's the legal?
Oh, it's all illegal. Absolutely is.
But it absolutely. So here's what. Okay, let me construct an example. So, if my friend were to spearfish with a seawall, right, and get their information, and after they get control, say of their Twitter account, they tweet something remotely positive. What's the crime? Unauthorized access. What will be the crime?
That becomes question. So no monetary cost, or was there? It's probably. So you have to figure out who the victim is before charges are pressed. Now, the crime would be unauthorized access. But no real victim unless the person who's accountable takes exception to that. No monetary costs.
There's not really standard like fines.
Probably
that right. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting because it's so when I got the ransomware, when I got the 0-day attack in a few months last, you know, they basically say the criminal is QNAP, the company, for having so many security vulnerabilities. They're like, you are the victim of QNAP's incompetence. That's the way they kind of phrase it.
And see, I don't agree. I don't really. So you know, let's. So I've got a 130-page class action lawsuit printed out in Amazon, Georgia, that catalogs SolarWinds live reviews about the vulnerabilities and the lied to investors. The people who came in, the actors who they would hire would, they would not pay attention to them when they said, you've got these issues. They would say, go away. Shit like that for years until SolarWinds did tax with it. My view on that is that the only person responsible for the crime are the criminals who did the attack. The actual criminals, not SolarWinds. Now, does that mean SolarWinds isn't all fucked up? They are. And there needs to be some accounting in place. But the only individual, the only people responsible for the crime are the criminals. And that's either online, in the physical world, what have you. Being an idiot is not being criminally negligent is. And I think that SolarWinds is certainly responsible. They're culpable.
Can you actually tell folks about SolarWinds? What is it? What are some interesting things you get there?
The SolarWinds was very, it provided a backbone of security for hundreds, thousands of different companies. If you looked at a lot of security companies were using SolarWinds as a value snapshot of our system that they were working on. So what happens is you get a Russian group that comes in and they basically they hack into SolarWinds and get access to it, and allows them to view every single thing. I mean, every single thing about every single client that SolarWinds had at that point. So entire snapshots of all the IP that was going on, all the emails, all the communications, every single secret that was going on in those companies. If the company had software like Microsoft, it allowed them to look at the source code of everything that's going on. I mean, it's just a complete and total nightmare. And something that you are not considered to recover. You're not. I mean, it's done. It's just like slavery about it. But the fact of the matter is that's a catastrophic attack.
But there's a huge amount of information that was read, saved elsewhere, probably. And so now there's people sitting in information. Absolutely. So think about all the attack vectors this has been. For example, the U65, basically.
this allowed the attackers to get the source code. So they have the source code pass, and they go through it and find out what are the vulnerabilities, let's find new vulnerabilities, new zero days, and rest of zero days on common. But this opens up an entirely different source code. So it's a completely pass back attack. It's all the chips are down, everything's tallied up. People will be like, yeah, we're done. We're done.
All right, this whole computer thing, we tried it.
We're done.
That's terrifying. So you're saying that there's not been obvious big negative impact from that yet? So
There's been a lot of negative impact, but we're just starting.
right. So the capacity for destruction is huge. How much involvement for the nation state people give us?
You know, it's interesting that, so you've got Iran, you've got Korea, China, Russia, you got the big four. You also got Brazil. You've got all these other countries that are interested in the United States as well. Nation states are interesting depending on who the nation state is. All right, so Russia is very good about not political rights. Well, this thing's this stupid information. Russia will take the information they want to, and they'll basically go off and stuff like that. China's all about IP. Korea's not spending money because they don't have that much to do right now. But
And North Korea is actually one of the
absolutely, they've stolen a shitload of Bitcoin and games. So absolutely. Very, very skilled attackers. Very skilled. So even if you look at, I told you that stat about 90%. Right? So even if solar rates is going to be lead members of the attack, the follow-up to that is this non-heavy attack. So that was the most sophisticated attack launched by the Russian satellite group using all known exploits through that. So it's not, you're right in the sophistication is typically not technical sophistication, but it's that social engineering sophistication. How do you get these things put together in line to attack and succeed?
But when you get access to the source code, that's where technical sophistication can really be out of game.
And that's when you put that real quick. That's what separates the men from the boys in this game. Right? Because all of a sudden it's not like really bad. So I've got source codes and I've got professionals that are looking at that. And that's your ass.
Which then enables probably even more powerful social engineering methods too. I mean, it's just cascaded. Is this terrifying for you, by the way? This world that we're living in, as we put more and more of ourselves on the internet, into the metaverse, that there is so many more attack vectors.
What's terrifying to me, I used to preach it on show, is the idea that the perception of truth is more important than truth itself. It doesn't matter what the facts are, it matters what I can put against you. That's what's terrifying. So you look at deep fakes, you look at fake news, all this stuff that's going on. That becomes truly terrifying.
Maybe there's an angle where nothing's true. And you can't trust anything.
Because you see, we as human beings, we work for us. We do. We need human interaction. And for that human interaction, you have to have a degree of trust.
But it's more like you let go of an idea of absolute truth, and more becomes like a blockchain style consensus. So you let go of like, you know what? There's this human dream. You get this on the internet. You get like facts. As if there's the bottom is one turtle that's holding this like scroll that says these are the truths of the world. And the problem is we may be believing that it's counterproductive. Maybe human civilization is an ongoing process. So it's always going to be everything is shrouded. You can call them lies, you can call them inaccuracies, you can call them delusions. It's constantly, it's going to be a sea of lies and delusions. But our hope is to, over time, develop bigger and bigger islands of consensus that allows us to live with a stable and happy society. Don't call it truth. Call it stable consensus that use high quality of life for you have a sense of and then don't use all that stuff. So maybe step back and change. I'd love to talk about Shadow Crew. Maybe this is very confidential. Yeah, let's go to Shadow Crew. This is such a fascinating thing. It's telling me the story of building Shadow Crew, the precursor to today's darknet and darknet markets. This is why you're the original Godfather. This is it.
This is it. So I get married. I faked the car accident to get married. Got the money from that. You're like my dad, man. I'm the guy that, I get from mom, I get the criminal mindset. From dad, I get that. Don't want to believe.
To get married, what's that stuff?
Dude,
How did you find it?
my first girlfriend was pretty crazy over her, dated her for 5 years. She figured out pretty quickly that, well, not quickly, it took her 5 years to figure out that Brett Johnson is not, I can talk it, more that agnostic. Anyway, she breaks up with me. So I was at $50.
You make one up.
Like, yeah. So, yeah, that late confused about it. I look for Jesus to show up and he just doesn't. So I was at community college and I was a straight asshole. I was arrogant, conceited, everything. I first did I know the good secret takes hot from his class. Buddy mom shows up. He's like, Brett, serious? Like, yeah. Walk over, there's these two guys that are hitting on him. So I just walked up and me and Todd, that was my buddy, walked up and I'm just sitting there listening. And they're getting the spiel and everything. She's just kind of taking me. And finally I looked at her and I was like, I'm going to get out of here. Head up, one of the guys looked at me, he's like, hey, you're talking to me. I was like, well, you're talking at her. You're not talking to her. I'm about to save her ass from you.
Yeah, that's a smooth pickup on the way.
If I ever heard that, that's good.
Don't get out of here.
So, start dating, and she was the girl that screwed my brains in. And I felt head over heels. We got married 6 months later. 6 months. So that's what it does. And I was, she didn't know I was a crook. She had no idea. She knew I was very bright. She knew I did a lot of theater and stuff like that. Got a job at, I was in Hazard, these were jobs we had. So I got a job in Lexington. That's a good way to do that. Okay. Got a job in Lexington at Lexmark, testing critical circuit. So I would leave on a Thursday night, work 3 18-hour shifts at Lexmark, and back home. Got me to fake the car accident to get that the other rest of the money to get and the faking on me. I had bought a Chevy Spectre, that car. My aunt had previously defrauded USA insurance on a car accident. She was telling my aunt about, she's like, look, go to this chiropractor, make sure you get the insurance, we're going to pay for the rental car, they'll pay lost wages. I was like, pay lost wages? She's like, yeah, they pay lost wages. I was like, good. He's like, by the way, you work for me. I was like, I work for you.
And you get to define the wage. And you can also define how long you work.
What's that? Chiropractor stuff. So, my cousin, Ronnie, he figures out how he finds out I can this car accident. So he comes to me and says, hey, can I get in? Yeah, man, you get in. So this kid, he's 5 days younger. This kid, he goes to the dentist the day that he has a tooth pulled, tells the dentist not to nub it, not to stitch it, just pull it. So he shows up today, we're driving back to the accident. He's got blood all over his shirt, he's still bleeding down the mouth. Are you okay? He's like, yeah, man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm like, okay. So, my mom, by this point, I'm living with my grandparents. My mom is head of a hollow. So we were just doing it. We're back up there visiting my mom, we back there, random. So we go visit, come back out. And I went south here, me and Ronnie walk back walk back to my mom's, acting like regret. She knows what time it is, and file the claims. So that gets the money to get married. And, the kid. My crime usually, hey, if I was a single guy, wouldn't break the law. Wouldn't have been right, but females involved. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Gotta spend the money, gotta show off gifts, everything. It's never enough to show love in such a healthy way. Always had to go over the 10 things.
And that was the thing. That was the way you show love. Is by buying as you get.
For something over back then with Susan initially, it was don't worry about working. You just worry about work school. She was a music major. I was like, you just worry about work school. So don't worry about cooking and cleaning. So not only was I this guy was over this over too. So I got it. So here I am, 60-hour week job, 18-hour class load, cooking, something had to give. I quit the job. I couldn't do it. I quit the job and start back and from. And trying to hide that from her at the same time. So it was initially telemarketing. Started, I was working, first job I had was a telemarketer at a cemetery sites. And then that ended, went over to work for service, trying to hospital. And there was a third party company doing telemarketing, making really good money doing that. That job ended, and then they pivoted over to working with Kiwanis cars, selling food baskets to the food banks in the So I stole the phone list and started at my own Kiwanis club. And would do telemarketing, go out twice a week, pick up checks. Well, what happened was, when I picked up checks, go knock on the door, turns out the person that I called was a law enforcement officer. So he's like, I'm at the Kiwanis club. He's like, no, you're not. Got arrested, spent 3 months in the county jail for theft by deception. Got out, and we had to move from Lexington back to Hazard with Susan's parents. They had gotten a desktop computer, which was about HP, and I started searching around online. Found eBay. Didn't really know how to make money on eBay, but at the same time, I'm committing low-level frauds. I don't really talk about it. First time I really talked about that, I would pay for it with bad checks.
So more. So now using a platform like eBay,
I would find somebody that had like a store or something like this, pay for it with bad check, and I would allow it not to chase me.
Fantastic strategy.
So got the money to move to finally put those schemes up to get me back to Lexington. Got to Lexington, and at this point, I'm doing this, like I said, these schemes on eBay, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to make money. Got to. So didn't really know how. One night I'm watching Inside Edition with Rabbi and the profile with Beanie Babies. So I'm sitting there watching the profile, and there's this one called Peanut the Water Blue Elephant, selling for $1,500 on eBay. I'm sitting there like, shit, I need to buy me a peanut. So my initial thought was, there's got to be one of these Hallmark stores that can tell me something. So I skipped class the next day, went after found all the Hallmark stores looking for peanut. No, he's on eBay for $15. So after a few hours of that, I went, turns out they had little gray Beanie Baby outfits for $8. We took one of those for $8, stopped by Kroger on the way home, we would die. Tried to die the little guy. So that was a nightmare. Turns out they're made out of polyester. Get them out of the bath, look like they've got the veins. And what happens is, I'm trying to die the damn thing. So I got online, found a picture of a real one, posted it on eBay. And I was like, well, what I can do is, I can claim that's the grown-up guy, and then maybe claim that he got messed up in the mail. So I posted a picture of the real online. Woman thought I had the real thing. She runs the bid. that social engineering kicks in immediately. I didn't want to be on the defensive. I wanted to get her on the defensive. So as soon as she wants the bid, I send her a message, hey, we've not done any business with you. I don't know if I can trust you. What I need you to do, on Texas West, go down to the U.S. Postal Service, get 2 money orders totaling $1,500, send them to me, issued by the U.S. government, that we were both protected. As soon as I get the money orders, I'll send you your rent. She believed that. Didn't ask any questions at all. She believed that. Send me the money orders, I cashed them out, send her the preacher, immediately got a phone call. I didn't realize. My response, hey, you want me to do that? I said, you do. And she got pissed. She kept calling. What I found out, that's really the first lesson of cybercrime was pretty much what we said. You lay a victim long enough, just keep putting them on. A lot of them get exasperated, throw their hands in the air, and walk away. You don't hear from them. And none of them, to this day, none of them complain of law enforcement. They eat it. So it's a mixture of like you're exhausted by the process, so it's just easier to walk away. Second, obviously, the embarrassment. So there's a whole slew of reasons. Right? There's the exhaustion, certainly. There's the embarrassment. So if you figure out, if you look at it, okay, where does the embarrassment come from? Media, family members, we're all very good at maybe your crimes. Why would you click on the break? Why would you send yourself out? You don't know, blah, blah, blah. So you've got that that's good. You've got the issue of who do you complain to? Back then, you didn't know who you complained to. Local police, because she's in another state. So which local police do you complain to? Do you complain to the feds when it's the dollar amounts are high enough to complain to feds? Feds are complaining for local. Local's going to tell you, hey, it happened in Kentucky. Complain to them. Kentucky's going to tell you, well, shit, you're over there now. We need you to come here. So there's this whole issue of jurisdiction, of the blame factor. So I got away with that. Did it over my own got better and got better. I started understanding identities, things like that. Started selling software. Pirated software led into installing objects. So this was pirated software was Sega Saturn, PlayStation. We had a mod chip. This. So I started selling mod chips. That led into installing mod chips into television boxes so you could watch all the paper, which in turn led into programming satellite DSS codes. Speaking from series satellite systems, took part out of it, program it, turn all the channels. Started doing that.
Can we just pause? That is very entrepreneurial. So technically, so there's laws and rules that you're breaking and stuff. So there's also legitimate ways of doing it. You just break the rules of the conventions of the past. That's the first principles thing. That's what Elon Musk and his ilk do all the time. That is guts and brilliance. But when it's crossing the lines of the law, actually sometimes the law is outdated. The thing is, as a human being, you have to then compute the ethical damage you do, or ethically the damage you're doing by other human beings. That is fundamentally the thing that you're breaking, is you're adding to the suffering of the world. In one way or another, you're justifying it. But in terms of me, sort of as an engineer, that is some gutsy thinking. That's how it was. Steve Jobs thought. That's innovation. And maybe just think if you can introspect your thinking process here. This is in you. I'll let you remember this in the HP. Like what? This is a totally new thing to you. Here's another domain. How are you figuring these puzzles out? Presumably mostly alone. Or when you think through these problems, is there? This is a strange question to ask, but what is your thinking process? What is your approach to solving these problems?
So the approach is you do something and you fuck it up, and you think back, okay, how do I fix that? So you fix that aspect, you commit the crime again, and it goes a little bit further, and it screws up. Okay, how do I fix that? What's the issue of that? How do I fix it?
So there's not a deep design thinking.
Later on, it comes out. Once you know that brand, So how do I'm committing these crimes every time. I saw that. Well, the first principles that we started to teach on shadow crew is all crimes should begin with identity theft. That's the main first principle. A lot of people to this day still don't get. All right, why would I commit a crime in my name if I committed your name? So that's one of the big levels. That takes a trial and error to get that to start to understand that's the way crime should operate. All right, but with me, it was it's trial and error. It's that childhood where that mindset is kind of created, where you're looking for ways, non-traditional ways of getting around.
I mean, one of the questions I'll probably ask this later is there's also a unique aspect to the outcome of what you're doing, which is you didn't get caught for a really long time. We'll talk about why that is. I mean, the thing is so interesting. All crime probably should, to be effective, should start with identity theft. I like that identity theft because identity theft can take so many things. So yes, so shadow crew. So as we started with love.
Started with love, so now we're doing this speech on. I'm selling to these. I put in these satellite DSS cards. One of the interesting things, and you still see that is something will happen that will create an industry for criminals. All right. So what happened is Canadian judge, it was about the same time that I'm doing this satellite card. Canadian judge comes out and says, "Hey, it's legal for my citizens to pirate those signals." And his reasoning was, since RCA doesn't set the systems up here, my citizens can pirate them. Okay. So what happens? Overnight, about the same time, PayPal comes in. So PayPal's coming right online at the same time. Overnight, little copies industry pops up in the United States. Get out Best Buy, buy the system for $100, take it out of the parking lot, take the system up, pull the box up, pull the system out, pull the card out, throw the system away, program the card, ship the test to Canada, $500 back. Started doing that. This is making $3,000 to $4,000 a week doing that. Yeah, that's good. I have so many orders I can't do it all the orders. And quickly think to myself, why do I need to fill it out? They're here. Like down here. I'm going to complain to because I already found out people don't complain. All right? They're not going to complain to anybody. So I start, especially Canada. I'm having them send money. That's what PayPal's first thing. And it amazes me that everybody is using PayPal. It's like you don't even have to really ask. They're like, can we pay by? Yeah, you can pay all day long. PayPal. I have no clue what they were doing. So it's like, okay. So we're sitting on the PayPal. I'm having the PayPal cashed out to the bank accounts in my name. And I get scared because by that point I'm still $4,000 to $6,000 a week. And I'm like, somebody's going to pay. So get into my head, I'm like, best thing I can do is get a fake driver's license. Open up a bank account using that driver's license, cash out the ATM. Good. No idea what to get fake ID. Not good. So I get online, looked around. It's been a couple weeks ago. Thought I found a guy who was about the street named a fake ID bag. Thought I found a guy, sent him $200, sent him a picture. Dude rips me off. I'm like, what the hell, man? Oh, I got plenty. He had a little website set up with reviews. And I'm like, oh, it's all legitimate. I mean, that trust. So the end result, I got pissed. And there was no site that dealt with anything criminal cybercrime. The only real avenue you have is IRC chat sessions, internet chat. And that, I'm sure you've been on that, it's this rolling chat room. You don't really have to talk. Most of them bullshit. You can't trust anybody who's sitting there trying to business. So, if somebody claims they've got a product or service that they have, it doesn't work, it's going to work. Because in those channels, everything's a front. I kept looking around, and I happened upon a website called Counterfeit Library. And Counterfeit Library only dealt with counterfeit degrees and certificates. It's only the degree. So but they had a form, and no one was using the form. So I basically get out there and bitch everybody. I got ripped off, don't know what to do, bam. But at the same time, I started doing that. Two other guys. His name Mr. X, he's out in Los Angeles. Other guy's named Beelzebub, he's out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And we all become buddies. So, a few weeks of me coaching, a few weeks of them responding. Beelzebub gets me on ICQ, and he sends me a message. He's like, I went by the street, and he's like, I can make you a fake driver's license. I was like, what the fuck are you? And he's like, no, I'm going to charge you for it. I'm like, yeah, you. And he's like, I am. I was like, no, you're not. And he's like, look, he said, this business, if you're going to do this, you have to trust people or you're going to fail. He said, so I'm going to charge you $200, but I'm going to send you a driver's license. Well, by this point, I'm friends with the people who own Counterfeit Library. We're emailing, chatting, everything else. And I tell him, I'm like, okay, we'll send you $200. That way, when you rip me off, I'll have them ban you. I don't have to do with you. And he's like, bet. You go. So I sent him $200. Sent him my picture. 2 weeks later, I get a driver's license. His name is Steven Schwetty out of Ohio. Real guy. Worked at ADP payroll to this day. Works at ADP. He's a great guy. Got the driver's license. And to me, at that point in time, it was the prettiest thing that I'd never seen a fake ID before. I thought it was great. Turns out, that was like, so
That is kind of a strong first step.
very strong.
Especially that was like, Gatsby was just on the point he made that if you're going to be successful in this, you should have people you trust. Is he right on that? So you have to have, this is a, you have to have an inner circle that you trust.
I'm sure you probably heard me say this before. Successful cyber crime. There are three necessities to be successful. Three necessities are gathering data, committing a crime, and cash. All three of those necessities have to work in conjunction. They don't fit. The problem, and it's a huge problem, is that one guy can't do all three things. You got to people who gather the data. Basically, the general store sells people who sell PII, credit card documents, data tools. They'll sell the street phone numbers and RDPs, stuff like that. A lot of the times, those people don't know what's crime. And those people certainly don't know how to remember the money out of the cash pocket. So you've got, either because of a skill level, sometimes a geographic location limits what that individual can do. So you have to rely on people who are in areas where you are not, or in areas where you have crime to succeed. And that means you have to trust those people. So what happens with shadow proof? So counterfeit library is the start, right? Counterfeit library transitions over to shadow proof. Right before that transition, there was a Ukrainian guy by the name of Dmitry Golov. He was a spammer at that point. He saw what we were doing with counterfeit library, and he liked it. He was getting all these credit card details of this kid, and he's a kid. This kid has an idea. His idea is, what are you doing? You buy stolen credit card details.
Pretty good with Ukrainian with an accent.
So he picks up the phone, he calls his buddies, they call their buddies, they have a physical conference in Odessa. 150 of these cyber criminals show up. And they launch this idea, this launches a website called Carter Brand, which is the genesis of all modern credit card as we know it. All right. So we're going to mention those three necessities of cyber crime. Dmitry had all the credit data. He partnered with all these other Ukrainians who had all this data as well. The problem was there's so much fraud of it committed on these sides of Europe that every card had been shut down. Even if you were a legitimate card holder and tried to cash it out, you weren't doing it. So again, those three necessities: gathering data, committing crime, cashing out. Dmitry had the data. They could commit the crime. They could not with cash and crime. So we were running counterfeit library. One day I get this message, or not message, one day script shows up. And he posts just on the general form, you post, hey, I've got credit card bill. Give me an address, give me a burner phone number, what 5 business days ago, whatever you want. We had never seen anything like that. We were a PayPal fraud, eBay fraud sites. So then, and we had, I guess we had 2,000 to 3,000 members. So the response from the members was, that can't be real. It's got to be law enforcement. It's got to be trying to get us arrested. What? Let me backtrack a little bit. So the driver's license that I got, Beelzebub had an idea. He wanted to do is he wanted to sell driver's licenses. Mr. X wanted to sell Social Security cards. He got a very fast Social Security card. Me, I had no skill, and I knew PayPal fraud, eBay fraud. So Beelzebub was like, hey, bro, you be the reviewer. That way you get every product or service that comes in. They'll have to send it to you or let you have access to it. You can run the entire game. And because we're not selling it, it gives you legitimacy on reviews. Right? So I started out as a reviewer, the only reviewer at the library. So over the next year, Beelzebub turns out he was a pirate. He goes back. He wasn't making shit selling driver's licenses. Mr. X, about a year and a half in, he gets arrested, cashing out driver's credit cards, cashing out to casinos, doing some shit like that. So I'm the only guy left standing, and I'm at the top of the heap. So, and it becomes this thing where if I review somebody, they make a lot of money. If I don't, you don't do business. So Script shows up saying he's got this. I'm the only reviewer on site. People think he's law enforcement. First week it goes like that. After a while, I'm like, okay, I gotta do something. And I'm scared because I'm like, he may be law enforcement. So I get up on ICQ and I'm like, hey, you have to be reviewed. He's like, what the hell is that? So I tell him what it is. He's like, you review. I was like, yeah, that's the idea. So give him a drop address, give him a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, and I try to hit debt for $5,000. Do it fails. I get back on ICQ. Hey man, we did. He's like, give me one more chance. I was like, look, I'll give you one more chance, but it's your ass out there. He's like, one more chance. I'm like, okay, give him another address, another phone number, wait another 5 business days. Hit Thompson's computer warehouse, $4,000. Debt for $5,000. It goes through $8,000. I posted that review on Counterfeit Library, and literally overnight, we turned from an eBay PayPal fraud site to a credit theft site, and that becomes a really remember. So we were doing now it's called CFP, card not present fraud. So you use putting on the checks for back then. A fairly experienced fraudster could probably $30,000 to $40,000. Just buying laptops, what have you, and cashing out, put them on eBay for sale and something like that. 30 to 50 was profit. Script had a lot of buddies. We had people like Walter Vega, these other guys that would sell not just credit card data, but counterfeit physical credit cards as well. We had, and I did not stole the cost of counterfeit. That must be tough to do. So the connections must be harder than what's crazy. So what Boa initially had, and I became the United States salesperson. But what he had was he was the first dumps provider to the United States. So on the back of your credit or debit card, there's a magnetic stripe. 3 data tracks on the stripe. There's the first data track is the customer's name. Second data track is the card number / 16-digit algorithm inside of it. It's important to be back to that. Third data track is called mainstream data where it uses it. Right? So what's bought and sold is the second data track. It's called data. And the reason that's sold is when you go into a shop, you insert the card or you swipe the card, the only information that's sent out for verification is the second data track. And that goes to the processor bank for verification. The first data track, the customer's name, shows up on the screen at the cashier in front of you. So what typically happens is you buy 10 of these dumps, you get 10 chemical cards, and code track 2 on all 10 cards. Track 1, you create one fake driver's license. Track 1 is just the name of that fake driver's license. You go to the shop, swipe the card, track 2 send it for verification, track 1 shows up on the screen from the cashier. You're asked for ID, you put a fake ID, everyone's nice with fuzzy, you walk out with a camera track 1 could be 8. It doesn't have to be connected. It's not connected to track. Not connected at all. That's one of the big problems, right? So, Script brought a host of technical people into that type of environment, all committing credit card theft. We had proxy providers, we had all these people that were doing this stuff. We started doing a lot. And the reason that happens is, again, Script did not have the ability to cash out. So he was reduced to selling cards. At the same time, the Ukrainians happened upon this thing called the CVV breach. That's what it's called. So what happens is, we're about to track 2, card number, /16. You gotta know the algorithm to code it so you can swipe the card and take it to the ATM machine. Right? You gotta know it. Now we were fishing data for pay. We were doing a lot of fishing. A lot. We were getting pins, we were getting card numbers, but you can't get that out yet. So Ukrainians start testing stuff. They found out was no bank had implemented the hash on track 2. So you take card number /80 16 digits, it would code. Take the ATM for cash out. Because you get a pin. Right? Started doing that.
Wait, sorry, I'm trying to understand. So that means there's no. Are they generating random numbers, or do they have numbers for track 2?
No numbers needed at all. As long as just the track 2 was complete track 2.
There's a valid track 2 that doesn't match. So the pin is the thing that gets you.
So back then, right? Back then, what we're talking about is you needed, typically today, you need a whole track 2. You need a valid track 2. You need the 16-digit card number, / whatever algorithm is inside. Back then, none of the banks had implemented that algorithm. So while the algorithm was there, you didn't need it to encode.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So you can make a lot of money with physical
So let's credit that.
credit cards, debit cards.
Card not present value, like I told you, was $30,000 to $40,000 a month. Right? That turned into $30,000 to $40,000 a day. The Ukrainians, again, they can't cash it out. They've got all the data on the phone. They can't cash it out. Through necessities of signing. So the deal became we have to rely on the Americans. Tell you what, we give you 50%. So you have all these cashiers that 40% of $40,000 a day, we take that. Right? Send the rest of it over to Western Union or what have you to your Ukrainian contact. That's before cryptocurrency came into play. And you had a couple of forerunners with Eco, the Liberty Reserve, things like that. But back then, it starts out with Western Union, then it becomes prepaid cards, sending track information over, loading the card up like that, and finally it gets to Eco, Liberty Reserve. Then it gets with crypto. That's started to do that. And that got so we started to see this is crazy. We started to see IPs coming in from law enforcement because back then they didn't know how to shoot right at either. So you saw Secret Service, you saw DOD, you saw all these you're like, that's interesting. You know, at the same time, we had it was called a hack, but it wasn't a hack. We had a guy that worked at T-Mobile in Los Angeles. This is the same guy that back then published Paris Hilton's public contact list. There's a lot of news. Not only did he do that, but it turned out that the Los Angeles Secret Service agency was using T-Mobile phones. So he's getting text messages of the Secret Service investigating shadow group. He posts those damn things in shadow group. So I'm sitting there at a file. I'm sitting there going, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end. So at the same time, I had access, I started out with access to the Indiana State Census Bureau. I was using that to create bank accounts and money out and stuff like that. They shut that down. The next database I had access to was the Texas driver's license database. I started using that to create fake driver's licenses. I have And then finally, we happened upon complete information. What was made, socials, video games, all that. It's like, gotta be a use for that. Well, you can use it to create identities. My idea was, I wonder if you could take somebody that's died and then file for Social Security death benefits, not death benefits, but Social Security benefits, and get that recurring paycheck. So that takes a lot of research to start seeing if you can do that. How does the federal government do that? Do federal indexes reference state indexes? And all these questions that pop up. Well, it turns out federal indexes don't reference state indexes. It also turns out the only way the federal government knows you're dead is prior to 1998, the family had to file a Social Security death benefit for that person. Right? Prior to 98, most people die. Right? Prior to 98, it took the family. After 98, the hospital can do it, funeral home can do it, and the family can do it. So a lot more people have it filed after if they die.
But it's still, there's a lot of people do it.
Because that death benefit's only like $250. Nobody's thinking about it. So I started to apply for Social Security benefits. Nope, number's dormant. So they want you to come in for a physical interview. Here I am, 32. You're not going to pass as a 65 year old. So, yeah. So the next idea I had was, wonder if you could file a pension. Turns out you can't. All day long. So I started doing that. And I started to steer. Once I got ramped up, as you test it, you test to make sure you got to figure out what the deposit entry is. Once you get all that lined out, I started to steal $160,000 a week, every week for 10 months out of the year. By big taxes. By filing fake, filing business. So you find a business, and the way the system works is the IRS will issue a refund before they're able to verify that that person works for the court. Still works like that today. So,
And you keep it in the house low.
keeping $30,000. So very low.
You still have to scale because it's
I got to where, and I was winning. Later on, a couple of days,
well, you go and do like institutional coding law.
I filed a return for 36 weeks. Worked 10 hours a day, 3 days a week.
So clicking up, so typing fast,
And
clicking.
return every 6 months. That's changing IP. That's return every 6 months. For 3 days a week. Fourth day, I would take a road trip out with 18 years. And for the next 2 days, catch up. And come back home. It's a routine. Turns out that a backpack, but a backpack is only $150,000 in 20s. This is what I will hold. So I put $150K in 20s in a backpack, had a spare bed, and come in, toss the backpack in the bedroom.
This is very important information. The fact that you're doing this is also. First, we started with the bottom. We quoted the raise the ton. Back $150,000.
What's that?
And then you multiply that by 500. I
What's
like
the point?
this.
What's the point? Each should have raised each 20 ways of ground. So it's actually go by weight, which is what federal authorities do when you get a pound of gas use weight.
Oh, there's just way.
So 150K is 7.5 keys of cash. That's pretty low. Not bad.
Yeah. Did you get a big backpack? So did it one get I like it.
So,
It's good. So wait, what does that mean? Backpack?
so what happens is I didn't have a lot of money. And so, throw cash in the spare bedroom. One day you put the bedroom, you're like, got to do something with those backpacks. And that's when you start bringing out to the money. Cash-based businesses, things like that. I had a production company, I had a couple of detailing companies, food trucks, things like that. Trucks.
Actually, can you pause on that to take a tangent there? How does money laundering work? I mean, at that time, what years?
This is how the tax return schemes go into play. We're talking 2002, 2003 is when tax returns.
So what time and you're aware of now how it evolved. How does money laundering work?
You don't feel that much different. It's really not. You get a cash-based business, start laundering money, putting money through that, saying transactions are legal. You start depositing into bank accounts. For bank accounts, my thing was have bank accounts in the United States, Mexico, Canada, and then finally bounce over to Estonia. Was the final destination. So the idea is to try to move to so many places that by the end of the day, it looks legal and traceable. If we which you know. But so cash-based businesses. And
So when you say sorry to interrupt, like the cash-based businesses, you have money that needs to be moved to other people. So how does that work? What's the business?
if it's
Providing
moving
you a service and you're giving them money.
right, so you do the Ozark thing if you want to do that, so you can gamble, cash out some money, so it trips to whatever percentage you've got. You've got your production company or detail company. So how many cars you paint a day, how many companies you got to do that, right? Whatever that company is, it's got to be cash based. Nobody's paying you in cash. That's what you're doing. You have to have enough of those cash based businesses where it's just fun. Right? Because if you're a detail company making that investment money, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you start depositing into it. Well, because of the Patriot Act, that's a suspicious activity report. SARS came in at $2,500 instead of the 10K they used to be. So all of a sudden you've got multiple bank accounts that you got to set up. Right? Fortunately, what you also have is you have a bunch of prepaid debit cards that you at the same time. So a combination of bank accounts, prepaid debits that have ACH abilities to catch those as well, you start running them all together. And once it's out in the United States, you don't have to worry as much. You can start dumping that into fewer bank accounts until finally you've got the one main account that's over at the Tico and Stone.
So a bunch of hogs that end up in the state.
Give you an idea, I was arrested February 8th, 2005. My last seizure was 2010. Got the last seizure. So, they got it. It took them that long to get to it.
So how do stories like this script that come into play here, where he had someone to order money, kidnapped, and tortured? So when does it turn darker?
It turns darker. Script was a kid that he was stealing enough money that he was able to buy whatever state he went to. And he would brag about touring the countryside. And if he saw property that he liked, he would buy it. And that was not just a brag, he was doing it. So this kid is stealing a lot of money. At the same time, he's got connections politically, because of his family. He's got connections, and that family's got connections with the Ukrainian mob. All right? So he's got these inroads that people are looking at him, and he's stealing a lot of money at the same time. Somebody doesn't pay him. I'm a decent amount of money. Somebody doesn't pay him. Now, we don't know. With Shadow Crew, with Carter Planet, with Counterfeit Library, we were basically the geeks. All right? We were just the fraudsters, the social engineers. We had never really considered that. The rules that I had in play were, hey, we don't do child pornography. We don't do counterfeit currency. We don't do drugs. And the only thing we ended up paying was the child stuff, except for tax benefit. Script subverts the guy. And, he comes online on Shadow Crew at that point, and he posts these pictures. It was a detailed narrative through the pictures. Had the guy that ran to the van, left the door open, ran to the van, had the guy tied up, had the guy being tortured. And the response was, "This is what happens when you steal from me." And that's the first time that violence came into play. At that point, that's when you start realizing things are getting serious.
How did that make you feel?
The first response is, can't be right. He's just doing that. He's really sending a message. Then you're like, no, that's real. That's real. And
Were you afraid, or part that you might send to that too? Like if you see that, or was it pretty clear to you that that's a line that some people can cross and some can't, even not one of those can cross?
I got to tell you, I joke with my wife. The joke I tell my wife is, if I knew some guy had 8,000 Bitcoins, I might be persuaded to ask him for access to it. And she was like, how? And I was like, well, hammer and toes.
Yeah.
There we go. I say that as a joke, but there's that line where you're like, I remember who I used to be. And if you're looking at that kind of money, I might be persuaded to do that. That's, and I think that's the scripts issue, because it was a crime.
I mean, there's, violence has to be gradual. Sometimes in all of them, you get used to what's going on, and get desensitized.
And you figure, you take somebody like Rothschild, the silver man, right? Ross was not a guy. He was, but at that point in time, he was sitting on 24 million a day. He was the only banker in town. And that 24 now is 22 billion, something like that. But he felt invented. Like this guy was going to turn him in. He was a black guy. So Ross thinks he hires a couple of him to kill him. So it becomes that thing, and I saw that over and over again. And I'd like to say I was like that, but given the same circumstances, I would have probably done the same thing.
And also, when you're not just about money, there's a lot of forces that if you're threatened for your well-being, for your wealth, for your power, all of us, all of that have different motivations.
Plus, that online aspect of these communities like that, you're the head guy, you really feel like you're a pair of these guys. So if somebody's starting to threaten them, it's like, what do you do?
So what do you make of Circle? The Shadow Crew started something where today you can call it Darknet and Darknet markets. These markets that operate their trade things, everything from child pornography to drugs to what else? Everything. The dark things that humans want to do that they don't want anyone to know about. All of those things. So can you maybe tell me, let's just take a step back. What is the darknet? How big is it? So what happens there?
Let's backtrack a little bit. Right? What Shadow Crew did, other than dealing all these stolen players, what Shadow Crew did that's really important. Remember those three necessities I talked about. But the important thing is it established trust among criminals. Right? Because that's a necessity. You have to be able to trust who you're dealing with, because you have to deal with them. You have to. Right? So how do you know you're not dealing with crime? How do you know you're dealing with somebody that's skilled? How do you know you're going to deal with somebody that's not going to be off? You have to be able to trust that individual. Shadow Crew provided that trust mechanism for criminals. You had that communication channel with forums where you could reference conversations weeks, months old, take part in these conversations. You had vouching systems, review systems in place, escrow systems in place. You knew by looking at someone's screen name, but you could trust the individual better than the individual. The community of just humans provided that backbone of trust. And that's really interesting when you think about it. You have the trust that was there, but you also have this almost this instantaneous information that was available about the community, about cybercrime. That's still in play today. So when that was the way things were, until a couple of things happened. And one was cryptocurrency. The other one was the toll the dark one. I was working with the Secret Service, ripping the Secret Service off. When Tor comes into play, so we got memo in one day. It was talking about the core browser. And it was like, we really need to be careful because this is going to be a problem. And so we all fired up the core browser. And it turns out this was 2005 or 2006. Turns out it was completely unused. Couldn't use it simply because it was used. It was extremely slow. So I said, look, people don't know core browsers, you need to be completely anonymous. As long as you properly know how to use it. Huge company. So developed by the United States Navy. And they developed it. Yeah. Oh yeah. It wasn't the hackers that. It was US Navy. To this day.